Charlie.
We are Charlie. Listen, the devil ain't playing, he trying to take us down. Are you willing to speak the truth and take a round? People mocking, better stop, won't have a pot to piss in. And this our turning point. You about to see the army. To live is Christ and die is gain. We are agitated, 'cause you didn't kill him, man, he only graduated. We are Charlie. Y'all just messed around and made an army. I could feel the shifting when you're sorry. Jesus coming back, it gon' be gnarly. We are Charlie. We are Charlie. This is a spiritual battle, you better learn to fight. You can't fight the darkness with the darkness, better turn to light. There's levels to the faith, you cannot break, you gotta earn the right. It's light versus dark, the battle's won, so let's go burn the night. Look, I don't think they really know what they just stirred up. It's God over government, get your Bible, put that word up. This revival, yo devil, now you know we on your head top. Jesus coming back for bloody making all you dead drop. So listen, don't be afraid of Satan, but you need to use the wisdom. Keep a little blicky with you, stay up on that mission. This our turning point, and you about to see the army. To live is Christ and die is gain. We are Charlie. A real Christian got assassinated, but I could see an army activated. And I know you demons agitated, 'cause you didn't kill him, man, he only graduated. We are Charlie. Y'all just messed around and made an army. I could feel the shifting when you're sorry. Jesus coming back, it gon' be gnarly. We are Charlie. We are Charlie.
We are Charlie.
Breaker. This one hurts.
A young Christian man took a bullet for speaking his mind. Name was Charlie. Husband, daddy, voice for the kids. Lord, why'd it go down like that? Stage lights cold as a winter rain. One breath, one prayer, then the world went strange. Crowd froze up when the thunder cracked. Truth on a mic and a life attacked. He talked about hope in a storming land. Bible in the heart and a promise in his hands. But a shadow reached from a coward's perch, cut down a son in the middle of church. And I swear if the tables turned the other way, y'all know there'd be fires in the streets today. But here we stand with candles and a folded flag, begging God for mercy on the road we drag. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once stand? They call us evil, point at our cross, then pull that trigger and reckon no cost. If it were theirs, there'd be sirens and flames, but we're praying for truth while we whisper his name. Charlie, we ain't letting go of your hand. Erica holding on to picture frame, two little hearts asking who's to blame. America's weeping like a mourning dove when a voice falls silent that was speaking love. He stirred up halls with a lion's roar, told young souls they were made for more. Now we kneel in the quiet where the echoes ring, and promise to carry what he came to bring. If the shoe was flipped, you'd hear a different cry, but we'll choose the truth and we won't reply. We're fire for fire, stone for stone. We'll stand for justice and we won't back down. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? How dare they stain the grass where his boots once bars to every kid who thinks they're alone. Take up the banner and bring it home. Speak what's right through the night feels long. Make your life the answer, make your faith a song. How dare they steal the breath from a faithful man? But grace still moves like the river can. We'll lift that cross, we'll guard that flame, hold tight to hope and say his name. If it were theirs, they'd burn the town, but we'll fight with truth, we won't bow down. Charlie, your light keeps riding on.
For Charlie, for his family, for every kid who needed that voice, we'll carry it now. Rest in peace, Charlie. Peace aloud.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are going to be debating. In fact, let me get this text up on screen right now. Everybody wanted to debate yesterday, so that is exactly what we will be doing. You can join the debate in the link in the description. It'll take you to StreamYard, and once we have our first debater, we will get started. Let me get this text up. Let's see here. The few past streams that we have done have gone incredibly well. We have some merch that we're selling, and all proceeds go to Charlie's family. I know some people were asking for some merchandise, so we got that for y'all. This is what it looks like. I'm not going to show it a whole lot right now just because that's not what today's about. But all proceeds do go to the family. Now, like I said, we are debating today. Debating on one particular subject, and that is, Charlie, right? So he was an American hero, and if you don't believe he was, then I will debate you. It's as simple as that. As simple as that. Okay, so I'm going to get this pulled up so that, yeah. So as soon as y'all start wanting to join, we'll bring you in. Again, link is in the description. You are more than welcome to join the live and debate if Charlie was an American hero. I believe with all my heart and soul that he was an American hero, and he deserves to be remembered that way. So as soon as y'all start wanting to join, we'll bring you in. So yesterday we had a pretty good stream, pretty active stream. That's good. We had a few Satanists in the chat yesterday, which was really crazy. I guess you're doing something right when you have Satanists in your chat. Like I said, link in description if y'all want to debate. Live debate is on, and we'll pull you up and it'll look something like this. We'll pull you up. You'll be on the live, and we'll debate. That's what it'll look like. So come on in if y'all are ready to join. Come on, let's debate. Like I said, link in description. Some great stuff has happened since his death. One thing is that church attendances are up by 50%. 50%. That's a really, really big number. And it's so great. It really is. It's so amazing to see his impact. There have been 2.2 million more Republican voters. Like I said, join the link in description to join. To join the debate. Link in the description to join the debate. I am going to throw some music on in a second or two. I'm going to throw some music on while we wait for this debate to get started. Anyone who wants to join the debate is more than able to join. All you have to do is join the debate. I made a video today talking about Jimmy Kimmel. Y'all should go check it out if y'all are interested. It's the video I'm most proud of personally. Put a lot of work into it, and I think it was really good.
We are Charlie.
I think it was really, really good. In fact,
We are Charlie.
Yo, Charlie.
we'll turn on a different. I'll turn on a different song. This is Tom McDonald's "I Am Charlie" playing. Like I said, if y'all want to debate, y'all can go debate. Link in the description to debate. Link in description to debate. Link in description. Go join the debate. Such a good song. The man had an army. Actually, let's just go pull up this this video right here.
And liberals are celebrating murder like it's justice. You didn't kill a villain or the evil that it comes with. You killed
A father and a husband.
And I'm so tired of the left and all the wokery. We can't get along if you just kill us when we don't agree. Sniper rifle fire from a liberal that no one sees. Scared I might be next to die when I'm just buying groceries. Charlie, we'll make sure your children know that defending all our freedom is why you aren't coming home. I hope heaven has a window you can watch your children grow and hear your message echo from below. And we ain't backing off or giving up. I'll preach what you taught me. They may have killed a soldier, but that man had.
Let's watch this video.
I was at the Charlie Kirk event yesterday when he was assassinated. I want to tell what I saw. I was excited to go. I enjoy that style of discourse, public debate. Talk about whatever subject you are passionate about. You get to know both sides really well. I think that type of dialogue and discourse and debate is important, and I was excited to be there and hear what's on everybody's mind. Showing up to campus, it was exciting, right? You've used my alma mater. I haven't been there in a very long time, but you could feel like getting closer to the event. You could start to hear it. You could hear, pro USA chants. You could feel the energy in the air. Kind of felt like a South American soccer game. UVU is not a small campus. It's got 46-ish thousand students. This Charlie Kirk event had about 3,000 students at it, and they were energized. There were more people there than I thought there would be. More people than I expected. There were lots of young families, lots of kids, lots of moms with their little babies strapped in their like front pack thing. Charlie was down in this kind of like a pit, right? It's about 30 feet lower than like the main level, and then you had like kind of like terraces going up. You had main level, and then you had second story all around. Outside, open air, and there was lots of opportunity for people to have direct line of sight to them. Lots of people could like see the action and what was happening, which I guess ultimately is also not a great thing. I worked my way down low to the bottom. I was about 30 yards in front of Charlie, in front of the tent, in front of the prove me wrong tent. It was tightly packed. There were a lot of people there, and so we're all standing shoulder to shoulder, and I found like the perfect spot, like two short people in front of me, and I could see everything. It's kind of like scoring a good spot at a concert. That's what it felt like. We weren't far into it. We were on the second or third question. We were probably 20 minutes in, and they were talking about gun violence. I forget the exact question posed, but Charlie was responding to a question about gun violence when his neck exploded. And the shot rang out. It didn't ring out, it cracked out. From like where we were, I heard one rifle shot, and we're down in this pit, lots of concrete and buildings everywhere. It didn't echo, but it made a unique crack kind of report. I had one thought. It was very quick. That maybe it's a joke. Maybe this is a gag. Maybe this is a piece of theater or stagecraft to really like drive home this important topic of gun control that is being debated. That thought did not last long. It's like a super physical reaction that I had to thinking about this. Every time I've tried to like tell like my family like what happened, or like if I think about it, I get these like involuntary shakes. Trauma's a weird thing. He gets shot. Just it looks bad from where we are. We all hit the ground, and we're on top of each other, right? I'm on top of some dude, two other dudes are like have fallen on top of me, and
I can't watch that full thing. It makes me so angry. I was sad for a really long time, but now I'm just angry. That make money off of Charlie dead. You are a scammer. You try to sell stuff to make money. Get a real... I don't all the proceeds from the Charlie merchandise go to his family and or TPUSA. We are writing them a check at the end of the month. I would never try to take money out of something as devastating as this. Y'all can join the debate to debate me on if Charlie Kirk was an American hero, which he was. I truly believe he was an American hero. I believe he did more for this country than most Americans do. I think he was a very influential man, and I think he, and y'all can debate me on this, I think he had more influence and power, and I think not power, I think he had more influence than even MLK, and I mean, he lived out his life on what he believed, unlike Martin Luther King Jr. His statue needs to be put on every college campus. He needs to be put, he needs to be put in the capital of the United States with everyone else, all the other great men and women who have died for our country that lay in the capital of the United States. Charlie was just a great man and impacted our country in such an amazing way. I don't know what this guy's comments are about. I always say all proceeds go to the family. In fact, I am pretty sure it's illegal to say that and yet not do it. It makes me so sad every time that I think about what had happened to Charlie and watching that man's reaction that was there. I mean, that's real stuff, that's real. It's real and it's sad and it's hard. No one should ever have to witness that. But if y'all don't believe Charlie Kirk was an American hero, please let me know down below why, or join my live debate if you want to debate. We will be watching some Charlie Kirk stuff. Until then, let's go. Let's find some Charlie Kirk stuff to watch, so that y'all are entertained. This person said, problem solved. I don't know what problem solved means. If you didn't like Charlie Kirk, you can go you can go in the description, click the link, and debate me. Charlie Kirk was an American hero. Period. Hard stop. Point blank. That man was an American hero. Again, if you don't think I am right, prove me wrong. Which, of course, we all know that I am right. No. Then go to the link and prove me wrong if you don't believe I'm right. Planet. It's so, Patriot, it's good to see you. No, it's so disheartening to see people react in this manner toward Charlie Kirk. This whole today is about proving people wrong, because in all honesty, Charlie Kirk was an American hero. God gives you George. I guess you missed all over the world, huh? We are going to watch some Charlie Kirk until we get some people in for the live debate. If you think I am wrong, then prove me wrong. Go and debate me. Link in description. Link in description to prove me wrong that Charlie was an American hero. because he was. Now, the video we are going to be watching is, well, we're not the problem. The left is the problem that incites violence. Jesus returns to debate Charlie Kirk is a video that we are about to sit down and watch. Here we go.
Are you supposed to be Jesus? Is that your whole thing? Oh, that's awfully heretical, but okay.
Well, I heard you kept saying my name, so I wanted to show up. You know,
Okay.
I'm busy trying to save the planet from this apocalypse going on. You know what I mean? Jesus H. Christ, but you can just call me Josh. All right, why don't
That's
you
kinda
ask me
funny.
the questions? I'm sure you have plenty of them.
Okay, what's the Hebrew word for father?
I'd debate you. One, if I don't agree with you, you can debate me. Link in description. Just go to the description. Link is there. That's all you got to do. And we'll pull you up right here. We'll pull you up right here. Right on this page right here. We'll pull you up. In fact, if you want to see what that looks like, it looks like this. And we'll pull you up right here, and you'll get to debate us. This is what it looks like. We'll pull you up, and you'll debate me, if anyone wants to debate. So that's just showing y'all what it looks like.
Man, let me tell you something. Abba.
I'm sorry?
Abba.
That's
If
a
you
great
agree,
word
that's
for
amazing.
father.
I'm just saying, if y'all want to debate,
What I'm trying to say is
everyone's
this,
more than
man,
welcome
you
to
make
come
a good
debate.
Jesus
Or
fan.
if you want to
What
say
language
something
did
in
Jesus
general,
speak?
you're more
Aramaic.
than welcome to come.
Okay, tell me one thing
But
in
you have to
Aramaic.
understand, man, I have to come here to speak to you now. You don't speak Aramaic, otherwise you and me be speaking Aramaic.
Oh,
I
okay,
have to
right.
speak this kind of dumbed down stuff for
The
you.
enemy has come to lie, steal, cheat, and destroy. What did Jesus say?
I said love your neighbor.
Wrong. The
And
enemy
how
has
is that
come to-
working
hold on.
out, by the
The
way?
enemy has come to
I'm
lie,
pretty sure I
steal.
said love
Hold on,
your
hold on a
neighbor,
second. You're not
love
even a good
God,
Jesus. It's one of the most.
and love
It's one of
yourself.
the most popular verses in the Bible. John 10:10. The enemy has come
I
to
didn't
lie,
write the
steal, cheat, and
Bible.
destroy.
Who wrote that thing anyways?
I have
did
come
not
to
write
give
the
life and
Bible.
life more abundantly. Okay, so you don't even know the scriptures and you pretend to be Jesus, but tell me why you're
I
here.
am Jesus, and I didn't write the scriptures. I lived them. And the
But you
main
can't
thing I
even
want
remember
to
what
tell
you
you is
said?
this: I said love your neighbor and love everybody. That's
Yeah.
something that you guys.
So today we are right now we're watching some Charlie Kirk until we get some people in our debate. Link is in the description if you want to debate. Tonight is debate night, and the topic is Charlie Kirk was an American hero. That is tonight's topic.
guys really need to figure
Well,
out.
hold on a
And I
second.
know I got some of my fan club
Let's
here
hold
with
on a
the-
second. Hold on.
First, my-
What are those two
my
verses?
name was
Love your
Yeshua.
neighbor.
Thank you.
Let's-
I
Love your
appreciate it,
neighbors
George.
yourself. Where is that in the Bible?
I don't know. I didn't write it.
Leviticus 19. Hold
I
on.
didn't write the
I
Bible.
thought you're Jesus.
I'm
You-
Jesus.
You know
it's
the Torah,
about
right?
me, not by me.
Hold on a
Look,
second.
the point is this, my
Hold on.
friend.
Jesus-
I said love
Jesus
your
wasn't-
neighbor and love
You're
everybody. I
backpedaling
don't
so
know. it's-
fast 'cause you don't
no,
even know the
I'm
Torah as
saying
a
the
pretend
same
Jesus.
thing I was saying
Hold
the
on a
first
second.
time.
Love-
The left doesn't debate. Charlie proved how they approach people when they disagree. Well, that you couldn't have said it better, and that's kind of the whole point for tonight. Because I almost guarantee you, I get 0 people in my in the debate, and that it's almost a social experiment if you want to call it that. But that's basically what tonight's all about. And then if I do get people in the debate, they're gonna throw insults my way. Just like they do every single night when I go live, because they don't know how to debate, they only know how to insult and threat.
See, nobody believed me the first time I was here, and then you fucking crucified me. I was just trying to say this, man. Love everybody. Love your neighbor. Stop killing
But you don't
everybody.
even know
And
the verse.
genocides are bad. How about that? You
Yeah,
want to put that in the Bible? You can add that
I
as
agree.
well.
So, okay, so you wanna talk
stop
about-
killing people who are just sitting there. That would be probably
Are
a
you
good
trying to
idea.
connect with Israel Hamas? Is that your thing?
Pretty much
or-
the whole world at this point. We got a lot of issues. Kendrick, Drake, and what else is going on around here? Look,
Okay,
I
so
will
wait,
say
hold on.
this:
That was
they
pretty
not
funny.
like us, and this is pretty obvious. But I will. Look, the point I'm trying to make to you. What was your name again? Charlie? Chadley?
I thought you're Jesus. You know everything,
Chadwick?
man.
No, man, I'm too busy. I got an actual job
Oh
to
yeah,
do.
so you believe in a
Like
God
if
who's too busy,
I
not
were
not an
like you, I'd be able to
omnipotent,
kind of
omniscient
sit
God, yeah.
here, pretend that
You're
you're
the worst
important.
Jesus
But
I've
the-
ever
You want me to
seen.
raise
I'm
the
only
microphone?
Jesus.
Okay,
And
there you
I
go.
will say this,
That should be
you guys
better.
are the only one. Matter of fact, I live in all of you.
The microphone should be better.
For me, by the way, it's been a while. Look, I will say this: if you really are a fan of mine and you're in my fan club, just be a nicer person, man.
Well,
Just
where does it say to be nice in the Bible?
Yeah, God gives you potential. That's exactly correct. You're 100% correct.
It means ignoramus. Where does it say? Wait, in the Can you tell me the 10 Commandments?
How about
Let's go for
more?
the 10 Commandments. Want to do it together? Since you're Jesus, let's go. What are they?
Don't be an asshole. Number one.
Okay, hold on.
How about number 1 through 10? Don't be an asshole.
Wait,
That'll be a
hold on.
great
Actually,
one.
that's not what it's
Awesome. It's better. That's great to hear. Thank you so much.
You shall know the gospel for me. You shall know the created images. You shall never take the Lord's name in vain. You shall honor your mother and father's name. Live long in the land in which you are in. You shall honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. You shall not murder. You shall not steal. You shall.
Yo, honestly, Charlie Kirk makes a better Jesus than this guy. Hey, John, what's up? That's a joke, guys. That's a joke. Hey, John, how's it going? It's good to see you again.
Not covet your neighbor's wife. You shall not cave your neighbor's, covet your neighbor's house. You shall.
1, 2, and 3.
Oh, wait,
We got a
you don't like the Decalogue because you don't know the
Give it
Decalogue.
up for the
Okay.
sinner, everybody. Give it up for the sinner,
All right.
everybody. Good job.
Thank you for you are the worst Jesus. You don't know the
This guy is
Decalogue.
pretty funny, though. I will say that.
So
Do
thank
you
you very
know?
much.
Okay, but you're a Christian, but you don't love people.
No,
So I don't think you're doing
I
the
love,
job.
Hold on a second. I love all people. What do you think about the 1 million abortions that happen every single year in this country? Is that a genocide to you?
No, what's a genocide is what's
What's
going
up, brother?
on in Palestine right now.
Hold on.
That's a
Don't
genocide.
backpedal. You're the king of the
I'm
world.
not
Is what you're.
backpedaling. I'm right here in
Hold
front
on.
of you.
Let's just have moral clarity. Do you think 1 million abortions a year is a genocide?
Let me ask you this. Do you think
Yeah, guys,
15,000
hit the like
children
button.
is a genocide?
Hit the like
No,
button.
It's not even close. It's a
Thank you,
tragedy,
John.
it's not a
It's not even
genocide.
close.
Hold on. Let's
Okay,
get
got it.
our let's get our.
I think
Again,
this guy doesn't know what it's
We're debating. Until we debate, we're going to watch some Charlie Kirk, but we are going to be debating. It's kind of a social experiment to see if anyone actually joins. On average, I have about 10,000 viewers who watch my live. Not all at one time, but in general, for a 2-hour live stream, that is my average. So out of 10,000 people, we'll see if one liberal wants to debate me on if Charlie Kirk was an American hero or not. And if they do, I can guarantee you they're going to be throwing insults my way. Not only will they throw insults my way, they will threaten me because they don't know how to debate. But if you do want to debate, link is in description, and we'll bring you on to debate me live.
genocide is. What do you
Hold
guys
on.
think?
Genocide is an intentional killing of people to exterminate them.
That sounds about right.
Okay, so
Sounds like what's going on in Palestine right now.
you
Am
mean
I
it's
not
an
right?
active war that Gaza started?
No, that's a genocide.
Let's
Let's
take
look
a step back.
at the
How did this
apartheid that's
war
been going
start?
on there since the 1940s.
How
or
did this
before that
war
was
start?
Zionism, which is a form of European settler
How
colonialism, which I'm
did
sure
this
you're a
war-
big fan of.
How
I can
did this
tell
war
that.
start?
How did this war start?
Yes.
Well, do you want to take it all the way back to the early 1900s?
On October 6th
Then we might as
was
well
How about
say
taking
that.
it back
Tell you what, I was there for a lot of
5,000
wars.
years-
Like,
or
when I was around, there was a war going on.
3,000 years
There
ago.
was revolution going on.
2,000 years ago.
When I was
Was
around, there
Israel
was
at war with
occupation
Hamas?
going on. Do you know who was occupying my home when I was around the first time?
You mean like
The Romans,
the
right?
shoddy Seattle apartment that you grew up in when you
the
played
Romans?
Jesus on the afternoon?
The Romans? You know who the Romans are, right? The people you wish you were descended from, but you're really not?
Okay, not even sure what you mean by that. I'm asking you a question. On October 6th, was Israel actively at war with Hamas?
On this day right now, what is going on in Rafah?
Hold on, just answer the question,
Why
man.
don't you answer that question?
I'm happy to. Israel's
Go ahead.
rightfully invading Rafah to go kill
Rightfully.
every
How
last...
is it rightfully?
Hold on, because I'm getting there. You have to
Go
answer
ahead.
the question. On October 6th, was Israel at war with Hamas?
I'm asking you a question. What's going on right now in Palestine?
I've answered the question.
Oh.
First of all, in
No, I don't think you answered it
Gaza...
correctly.
What's going on in Gaza is not it's not a genocide. It's not even the definition of a genocide. It's not even close. Bridger, how's it going? It's not even close to a genocide. It's a tragedy, and I think he puts that well. What is a genocide? Definitionally, is abortion. Abortion is a genocide. Do you know how many people get an abortion every year? Over 1 million. Do you know how many people get illegal abortion every year? It's a lot. Okay, it's a lot. That's a genocide. I don't see any of the left campaigning on stopping abortion. Instead, they want us to get involved in a war that's not even our own in the Middle East, even though Gaza invaded Israel first. Ridiculous.
In Gaza, which is a strip south of Israel, Israel is rightfully invading Rafah to kill every last Hamas terrorist. Why? Because
He was a martyr. In fact, I think he had more of an. I think Charlie Kirk had more. Was a better man and had more influence than MLK. In fact, Charlie Kirk lived out the life he preached. MLK did not. We know for a fact MLK did not. And if y'all want me to go in further about that, because y'all are gonna have a problem with that, all the leftists in the chat are and on the live are gonna have a problem with that because it's the truth. I think what he spoke about was amazing, MLK, but the life he lived behind the scene was not. But we know that the life that Charlie Kirk lived behind the scene was. If you don't agree, you can join the debate. Link in description. We are going to be debating liberals tonight.
Rightful when you kill a bunch of
You're
children.
not answering the question, so I'll answer it for you. You know what happened on October 7th? A dress rehearsal to Holocaust 2.0
Oh wow,
is what
you are
happened on
living in a
October
fantasy
7th.
land.
Oh,
And what happened before that? What
Stop
happened on
moral
October
equivocating
6th?
and stop trying to
What happened
justify.
on October 6th?
On October 6th, nothing happened.
Oh, really?
You know what happened? It was the day before one of the most holy days on the Jewish calendar.
What happened
Oh,
in
I'm sorry, you're right. Something did
Jerusalem
happen on October 6th. You know what on October 6th happened? All the Arab terrorists were getting ready to go kill babies and
women
in Israel
Yep.
to go
Right.
invade rock concerts, kibbutzes, and
And where are
nurseries
they right? Where
and
are
go
those?
slit
Where are
little
those?
babies'
Where are
throats.
those Arab babies now?
Well, I'm sorry, Arab babies? You
Yeah,
mean the
where are
Jewish
they at
babies?
now? No, I'm talking about the Arab ones now.
Well, hold on. You're talking about
How many of them
civilians
died?
that
How
have.
many of them died and are dying right
You
now
mean
while you're
civilians that
sitting
have
there with your
got-
microphone on?
they brought it upon themselves, man.
I don't think so, and
Well-
that's not something I support.
Well, hold
So
on.
we'll say this in closing, because this guy is a buffoon and definitely not a fan of mine or has represented anything of mine.
Okay, if you think that Charlie Kirk preached the opposite of Jesus, then join my debate down here. Let me know when you have done so, because it's the opposite of the truth. Charlie Kirk, man, I don't know if you ever went to a Charlie Kirk event. The first thing he does is preach the gospel. So you don't know what you're talking about. And if you think you do know what you're talking about, debate me.
I will say this.
He doesn't even know the
The
Ten
point I'm trying to
Commandments.
say is to love everybody.
Debate me.
That's
Link in the
it.
description.
Just stop killing everybody. Love everybody. Maybe you and me can get a kosher hot dog
What-
after this. I think it would be great.
What is-
love your neighbor and.
Yeah, I do only have 19 people watching at this point in time.
They're not like us. That's all I got to say.
Love your neighbor as yourself. Leviticus 19, Deuteronomy 3 through 5. Hero Israel, I am the Lord your God. Love the Lord your God.
It's only going to grow. One, last night I only had 2,400 views. The night before that I had 16,000. The night before that I had 10,000. But he did preach the gospel every single time, and if you don't think so, then like I said, you can debate me. Link is in description. Debate, and we'll throw you on the screen, and we will debate. Go on.
Soul, strength, and mind. He's Jesus, but not a very good one. Okay, let's get on up here. Who wants to come next? Yes. It's funny. These
How's
guys
it going?
Jesus walking around, they don't even know the Bible. It's hilarious.
How's it going, EDP? Okay, let's watch another Charlie Kirk clip. Let's see here. Sky News Australia is actually really funny. Y'all should go check them out. I love Sky News Australia. What do you mean, and women? What's that in reference to? This is some topic, bro. Hey Jennifer, how's it going? The topic of tonight's debate is, drumroll please. The topic of tonight's debate is.
Join AMAC, the
Sorry, that
Association
got
of
my
Mature-
ear.
Helpful resources and
The topic of tonight's debate is Charlie Kirk was an American hero. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of people tell me that you are what you feel. You are your attractions. You know, you're quote unquote
False.
born with it. You know, there's just many reasons why you have same-sex attraction that will never leave you, and that is who you will always be.
It's a spirit, it's a demon.
And I believe that lie for almost 10 plus years of my life. I slept with men many times, watched a lot of porn, dwelt in a lot of sexual sin, and just gave my body up because that's what I thought love was, and that's what I thought it looked like until I met Jesus. And
Tell me how Charlie spreaded hate. If you don't think it's a good topic, then debate me. Or don't debate me. I really don't care. Dude, only 23 people are watching. No one cares about you, bro. No, bro, I don't think anyone cares about you or your music, Todd Seth Music. In fact, I really don't think so. And, like I said, last night we had 2,500 people on live. The night before that we had 1,600 people, 16,000 people. It's only going to grow from here.
And he helped me to see that I was never meant to identify as a gay man, but I was always meant to be a son of his and have a new identity.
Actually, Charlie debated voters, not teenagers, And I am a teenager. You're probably a grown man in your mommy's basement. So, beat me. I have everything to lose. You have nothing to lose. Like I said, you're in your mother's basement. So, debate me.
And a new life in him. And I walked away from that lifestyle for over 5+ years now, and I have never looked back because Jesus is way better than the sexuality that I was partaking in.
Praise God. Are you happier and more joyful that you're no longer participating in a homosexual lifestyle?
Oh, 100%. Like, before I met Jesus, I was filled with so much depression, anxiety. I wanted to kill myself multiple days of the week, but Jesus came and healed all the brokenness inside of me, and I love being a son of his rather than identifying as a gay man.
Well, and so to answer your question, there is not hatred. There is still what we have as conservatives and Christians is a simple understanding that God has a certain sexual ethic that we should try to abide by. Everybody has temptations that you have. They have proclivities that you have. Some people are more likely to gamble. Some people are more likely to be compulsive liars. You don't have to act on those temptations. I am curious, though, so...
Oh, wow. So we are going to go back to just talking for a second. Again, if y'all want to join the live debate, y'all are more than welcome to do so. Link is in the description. This person said, getting assassinated does not make you a good person. No one deserves to get shot for their views, but he was still an a-hole. No, he was not. He was an American hero. Again, if you don't think so, you can join the debate, and that's perfectly fine. Chat, tell your favorite Iron Man moments. It's funny. Iron Man... High fives, jeez. Attention seeking. Charlie Kirk was trying to stop the vision. Exactly, Steve. Yes, he was. He's watching videos and calling it a debate. No, I'm saying you can join the debate. You can join the debate right here. You can go to the link in the description, join the debate, and we'll pull you up on screen. I will live debate you on this topic. Charlie Kirk is an American hero. Is he even old enough to go live on YouTube? Yes. Yes, I am. Stop playing the dead. I don't understand where that's coming from. The mission of this channel is to carry on the legacy that he started. If that was true, he'd still be alive. Long bong. Yeah. Charlie ended his life by speaking out evil. What Charlie did, Charlie called what was good, good, and what was bad, bad. He called out the evil. He called out the evil spirits. In fact, we have on multiple occasions he called out evil spirits and commanded them to go. Not only was he a God-fearing man, he was an American hero, an American patriot. And that's a great point. God gives you potential. Charlie was a threat to ignorance, and he was an American patriot. Charlie was the face of Long Bong. You can join the debate. Link in the description. You can join the debate, or you will be called out for being so very wrong because you can't back up what you say. So join the debate where we can have a civil debate on if Charlie Kirk was an American hero, which yes he was. All right. Everyone keeps criticizing. Yeah. If you don't agree, you will be fired. I don't agree, by the way. Thomas, you don't agree with what? You don't agree with them, or you don't agree with me? And if you don't agree with me, you can join the live, because Charlie Kirk was an American hero, American patriot. And it's not, if you're talking about all these leftists that are getting fired because they are celebrating his death, it's not about not agreeing. You can disagree. There's a freedom of speech, and then there's calling out violence. Relationship with Charlie. Charlie was my personal hero. He was my inspiration. In fact, I know a lot of people that Charlie Kirk was their inspiration. Todd, if you think Charlie Kirk was evil, then please join the live debate. You can join the live debate, or you can be quiet because you can't back up your claims. Do you think Israel had any involvement in the incident? That's a very interesting discussion. I don't know. We know that Kirk was about to start speaking out about Israel. We know that. We know that he didn't accept $128 billion from Israel. So I don't know. There's not enough evidence to support it right now, if that makes any sense. This is not civil. How long? Charlie had amazing dialogue. Charlie didn't just have an amazing dialogue, he had an amazing vocabulary. And he could confuse people just by speaking, and it was amazing. It was truly inspiring. Kirk only cared about fame? Okay, that's not true. Come on, Bubba, you know that's not true. Oh my gosh. Cry me an effin' river. Republicans snowflaking hard right now. Sorry. Hey, you youngin'. Do you think the 1964 Civil Rights Act was a mistake? No. I don't think so. I mean, Kirk was a devout Christian and spread the gospel. People on the left mock Christianity and didn't like Charlie doing that. Charlie preached the gospel everywhere he went. I had the privilege doing media at his Texas A&M rally. So amazing. It was so great. And yeah, he preached the gospel 2 times, and each time before he before the event got started, and it was truly inspiring to all. Very, 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 very inspiring. We are canceling TV, Hulu, Netflix, Disneyland. Charlie Kirk believes it was. So, I'm actually very proud of Disneyland because I don't know if you know it, legally they don't have to put their flags at half-mast because all American flags in the Disneyland or Disney World parks are missing 1 star, so legally they don't have to put them at half-mast. But Disneyland did out of respect, so very, very, very proud of them for doing that. Kirk only has good talking points. Exactly, he has good talking points. Yeah, he has good talking points because he was good at conversating. He was good at debating. He was a good man. Charlie wanted the Epstein files released. Yes, he did. He talked about that many times. What makes someone think they have the right to kill someone because they were mentally ill? Kirk's best friend was yeah, Kirk's best friend was a black woman. Let's just remember that. Kirk was afraid of other American. Bro, your points just don't have any validity at all. LMAO, this young generation is massively misinformed. Okay, and what is your proof of that? You can join me in the live debate right up here. I'm still waiting for one person to join. In fact, this is a social experiment because not one liberal is going to join because they don't know how to debate. Charlie was a good dude. Charlie was a good dude. I am proud of Disneyland because they put their flags at half-mast, which they don't know. They don't have to do. Candace Owens? Yeah, Candace Owens was his best friend. Yeah, I care. If you don't care, that's one thing. I can tell you don't care, but I can also tell you do care because you are commenting and you're being a little troll right now. So, obviously, you do care. Cran is liberal. Yeah, he is liberal. And you know what else he is? He is a little rage baiter. Oh boy. Again, we are still waiting for one person to join the debate. One person. You're just lying. Bye. Bye, Cran. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. If you think I'm lying, you can join the debate and you can tell me why I'm lying, but you won't. And if you do, you'll just throw insults my way. But I am more than willing to be proven wrong. This guy can't even get one guy to jump on the mic. Exactly, I can't. And that's not something against me because I'm openly trying to get you to. And what that does is that shows, well, your ignorance and you liberals are the ones not jumping on the debate, which means you don't want to, which means you're a little scared, okay? You're right, Long Bong, you aren't even. Yeah. Dude, this guy's funny. Todd, you're funny. You're funny. Other channels have no issues getting people to debate. People just don't care about why. You mean you? People don't care about you. That's actually not true. It's just no one wants to jump on a debate. In fact, I have the same about 10 people every single night that come on my live and want to troll me. People do. People hate me. And when people hate you, you know you're doing something right. I have about 10 people that absolutely hate me, that call me words you can't even imagine, that insult me, my intelligence, my family. And when that happens, you know you're doing something right. Todd, no MAGA supporter or liberal is calling you. I don't want a MAGA supporter on the live. What I want is a liberal. But y'all won't join. I said it from the beginning. This is a social experiment. This is a social experiment because no one will join, because no one on the left, like you, can debate. All you'll do is throw insults and threaten. That's what you do. And that's why when your people get killed or your people die, you rally, you burn Teslas, anything you don't like, you burn Teslas, you burn businesses down, you kill people. What do? We hold candlelight services. Hundreds of thousands of us go to debate. Oh, because they can't figure out how to. I said it. Link in the description. It's that easy. The link is in the description. Yeah, it's right there in it's right there in the description. It's debate me at StreamYard. That's what the right does. If you think that's what the right does, give me 5 instances that when the right has 1, assassinate people, 2, burn down businesses, or had violent rallies. If you think that is what the right does, please give me those instances. Just a guy. Okay. Even God got sick of his talking. Actually, he is in heaven right now because he lived out his faith 1,000%. 2, he preached the gospel everywhere he went. January 6th. January 6th. That is a terrible discussion to have. If you want to talk about January 6th, then we can talk about how the cops were waving people into the rally. We can talk about how government agents ensued the rally. That's a factual statement, and it's been backed up. It's been proven to be true. At least we didn't burn. Y'all have burned Teslas down. Y'all have burned businesses down. You have burned the American flag. You have stomped on the American flag. You have killed Charlie Kirk. Killed freedom, cancel culture. Sounds like a lot to me. Romeo, we are trying to get someone to debate me, but everyone is a little bit too scared. It's legal to burn the flag, you idiot. It is legal. I'm sure it's legal. I'm not saying it's not legal. I'm saying that is that's not peaceful protesting. It's the opposite of peaceful protesting. Okay. Again, anyone who wants to prove me wrong is more than welcome to jump on the live. Todd, you obviously do care. You do care, because the thing is, you're the one replying. Guess what? You're the one replying. You do care. I think that's really, really, really one of the funniest things about the left is that they'll say, "Oh, we don't care," but they're the ones like throwing insults and keeping the conversation going. And oh, we don't care. We'll just we'll just keep the conversation going. It's funny to me. Funny to me. It's legal to rape children. Who raped children? Bulldog? Who? Let me hear it. Awesome. Glad to see people talking. No one cares enough to call. No, Bubba. No one can debate me without throwing insults my way, because I called it from the beginning. I called it that no one was going to join. In fact, I called it a social experiment from the beginning, because no one is brave enough to join. Not a single person has called you for 30 minutes. And you know what's more sad? You've been here saying that for the past 30 minutes, while you could have called me again. And you can't say, "Oh, I don't care about calling you," because you care enough to throw insults my way and mock me. So yeah, you do care enough. Killing people and assaulting people over stuff they don't hear, don't like. Nobody is calling you names. I've had hundreds of people the past 5 days call me names, insult me, insult my family. In fact, Romeo, you here. You can tell them, "Hey, I'm glad you're getting more traction on your live." I appreciate it, Romeo. I appreciate it. Yeah, but this time we got a whole bunch of leftists, not a whole bunch of Republicans like last time. Only Charlie debates kids. No, Charlie debates voters. That's what he did. He debated voters voting for the presidencies of the United States of America, voting for the mayors, voting for America. That's what Charlie did. That was funny. Would you please answer the question? What do you think about the assassination of Charlie Kirk? I think it was terrible. I think I think the man should be put on in front of a live firing squad. I honestly do. Live streamed for the world to see, because they need to make an example out of him. It's really heartbreaking, honestly. He was my personal hero. He was one of the people I looked up to most in my life. So sad. When is the merch coming out? Great question, Romeo. The merch has dropped. All proceeds, 100% of the proceeds go to Charlie Kirk's family. The proceeds go to Charlie Kirk's family. We'll write them a check at the end of the month. You can get this at americansunfiltered.com, or you can go to the community post or link in the description. These are the designs we have right now. We are working on some more. The Unfiltered team has put a lot of hard work into it, so y'all can get these at Unfiltered, americansunfiltered.com. Great question, Romeo. So this is some of the stuff we have now. We have some more stuff out, and you can go check that out again at americansunfiltered.com. Highly asked for. 100% of the proceeds go to Kirk's family and or TPUSA. We are going to write them a big check at the end of the month. Look up the most to him in life. You can support him and be associated, his viewers. No, it was not. In fact, you can go watch my initial video right after I heard what happened to him. In fact, just to put my guard down a little bit, I cried in my car for about 3 hours after he died, because I was that emotional, because he was a true inspiration. He and only a few others, really. Bro is rage baiting. Bro knows. I am selling merchandise to support him and his family. That is what the merch is going to. I love your comment. Sleep in peace, Charlie. I don't think that was meant to be disrespectful. I'm going to take it as not being disrespectful. Honestly, sometimes I have a little bit of a hard time, but I feel like that was very respectful and a very respectful way of putting it. You eat hot. That's funny, Tony. I know it's meant. I think it's meant to be an insult. That's funny. You eat hot dog sideways. That is the funniest insult I've ever been given. That's funny. And y'all are more than welcome. They're not gonna see the money. Actually, I'm pretty sure it's illegal to say that you're gonna give money without actually giving it to charity or organization or something. I'm pretty sure that's illegal. Don't know 100%. Pretty sure. So yes, they are going to see the money. They're going to see more than what y'all are even paying. I'm not going to tell how much I am giving. But yeah, dude. If this is who you're talking about, bro, I think I might agree with you. This Nick for president. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce his last name. I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Not even gonna try. But oh no, okay, it's not who I thought. Never mind. No. I think I do know who this guy is. I would like to see a different Nick as president. But I'm not gonna say who. But I think he'd be a great president. He's very active on social media. I think our next president candidate needs to be Vance, JD Vance. Don't think anyone is being insulting. I loved Charlie, and I'm a Christian. We lost a good brother. Makes me hate the world. Don't hate the world. Love the world. Pray for them. Pray for them. Oh, look at that. We have our first person, P. Listen, P, I am going to bring you in here, but, and listen closely, if you if you say something that I cannot repeat, you are going to get banned and off of the chat. First person people, y'all ready? Let's let them in. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's let them in. Have to unmute you. Sorry. There you go. How's it going?
Okay. No, you're good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Good, brother. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Good. Hey, I don't think we actually have very differing opinions on most stuff. I feel like I just kind of wanted to come out here and not expose the chat, but it's kind of sad that, supporting someone that just got brutally murdered is kind of, and saying you look up to him is kind of just, making fun of that's kind of insane to me. But actually what I kind of wanted to talk to you about is I think so I'm registered independent. I did vote red this election year.
Okay.
I kind of just wanted to hear your opinions on abortion. So my standpoint on it is, the morality of it is obviously not, a good thing for me. Obviously, I don't, support it, but I am kind of in support, I do support that it should be, still legal and a decision made for the mother. Although it's immoral, in my opinion, I feel like there still should be, that boundary there set that they, it's still allowed to do so if they believe they need to.
Okay, interesting. So when it comes to, are you a Christian? That's my first question.
And that's kind of why it's like maybe in me saying that, maybe, we'll offset you a little bit, but
okay.
I'll let you continue. I
yeah,
definitely hear you
so coming from a Christian perspective, we're told that we are knit in the womb, that God knits us in the womb. So coming from a Christian perspective, if God puts, God, we are every being, even if it's only an organism, even if it's just a little fetus, it is made in God's image, right? So even if even coming from a Christian's perspective, I think as Christians we have to view it as murder, because if every being is made in the image of God, then you're killing one of God's children, if that makes any sense to you. But I know a lot of people aren't Christians, especially in my chat. So coming from a perspective that's not from a Christian viewpoint, it's a living organism that grows into a baby. The mother, in my opinion, should not have a say. And if the baby lives or dies, because it's only half of her DNA, it's also the father's DNA. I personally believe that there is almost never actually a need for an abortion, just because of the fact that the only case it should be necessary is if the life of the mother's at risk, and that can almost always be the life of the mother can almost always be saved by cesarean section. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Yeah. I do, and I do tend to agree with that. It's not that, and me saying this isn't me saying that I morally believe it. Like I said, as a Christian, kind of same faith as you, I do concur with you that it's morally wrong. I just feel like the right, maybe cutting off that right to do so is maybe a little bit. I don't know. I just feel like it's not that I grew up in a rough position. Like obviously, I'm glad that I'm here. I'm not like saying that. It's just like I feel there are some circumstances where maybe it is better off for them not to proceed with, having the baby if they're going to be brought into a worse circumstance, and it's hard to say, obviously, like,
okay,
it is hard to say because you never know if you can turn that around into maybe that's the light of your life and you turn your life around for the better. I just don't believe that it should be, mandated across the board that you can't decide to do so. But that's not me saying that I believe it's morally correct.
So do you know how many people are waiting for an adoption every year by any chance? Do you know that number?
No, I don't know the number. I know there's obviously a lot.
So
I don't know the number off the top of my head.
2.5 million families are looking to adopt. That are okay to adopt. It's an okay living circumstance. They not be rich, but they have enough money to provide for the child, and it costs a lot of money to adopt. So 2.5 million people are looking to adopt a kid. Do you know how many abortions there are about every year?
I don't look really into the analytics of anything, which I should. I kind of sound maybe.
No. You're fine, and that's why we're doing this, right? Because there's no judgment. I'm just trying to inform you and give you all the information, and that's one of the great things about America is that if you don't agree, it's fine, right? There are I think last year there were 1.1 million abortions. So families looking to adopt is almost is more than double how many abortions. So if, like I said, taking the life of the mother, if that's at risk, out of the picture, all those kids can grow up in a stable living home. And then there's the point to where you shouldn't have sex if you're without being able to.
I think that's a valid point too, and that's kind of a way I see it. If you're going to do the action, then you obviously are at risk of the consequences. And
Exactly.
going into that, you should understand that.
And
I understand that completely.
And there's plenty of there's plenty of measures you can take that I think are perfectly fine. I think condoms are perfectly fine because I don't think it's a human organism personally until the sperm reaches the egg, right? I that's just my personal belief. I know some people don't agree with me when it comes to that, but was I able to answer your question a little bit?
Yeah, you were. I kind of just have one kind of semi point as well. This is kind of going into like I guess an extraneous situation as well, kind of following along the lines of if it's putting the mother's life at risk. How would you feel if it's like if it was a rape situation with someone, like, how do you feel on that?
I hold a very very similar point to Charlie. I don't know if you knew Charlie's points. I hold a very similar point. I don't think I would go as young. I think, if a 12-year-old or 15-year-old girl got raped.
Yeah, that was kind of what I was saying.
I think it might be up to, I think it might be up to the parents. I think it might also depend on the circumstance, like their financial, like just all that. It's a hard question. If a 20 or 30-year-old woman gets raped, it's a tragedy. It is. But why should then you take away the life of a child? Again, you said you were a Christian, so a child made in the image of God. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I understand Charlie's point, like why, every act of evil there's an act to do good. I do understand that, and I full-heartedly believe that. It's just, I don't know, I feel like those two situations for me are the main ones where I kind of question it, would be rape and where it also challenges the mother's life,
Yeah, I think when it challenges the mother's life, when the mother's life is put in risk, I believe it's less than 0.5%.
Yeah, it's rare. Don't get me wrong, it's rare. But in those cases,
taking those cases out, I think abortion should be considered murder. And I think the abortionists, the people who perform, the doctors who perform. Have you ever watched an abortion?
I'd rather not.
Okay.
I'd rather not, but
no,
I have not.
So just to go over what an abortion is, they go inside of the mother, inside of the womb. They break the baby's back. They tear the baby limb by limb, and the baby shifts and dodges and tries to fight for its life. But they break the back, they break the neck, and they tear limb by limb by limb out of the mother. Do you think that is murder?
I don't mean to double back, I guess, on what I was saying. In my eyes, yes, I guess that is technically considered murder. It would just, at that point, that obviously has a heartbeat, etc.
Well, not always.
Definitely think about though.
I'm pretty sure, and comments correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure by 24 weeks, the baby has a fully developed spine or back. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong again. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a doctor. I don't know the anatomy, but yeah. So that's great to hear. Do you have anything else you want to talk about?
No, I don't. I just wanted to come up here. I admire what you're doing. I think, obviously you're young and I'm young as well. I think if we keep doing the right thing and preaching what we believe in, it'll definitely. I think in my head that, killing him in broad daylight only made it worse for that ideology that they believe in. It's going to make 10,000 more of them.
Hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
Everyone I have spoken to wants to do something. You can go whenever you want. I just wanted to say, since his death, I believe they had 9,000 chapters. Since his death, they have had 54,000 more chapters opened. in high schools and colleges. What they did only like this growth, if they didn't do this, was 10, maybe 20 years down the line.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I think my personal belief, not knowing Charlie personally, but watching him daily, I think if he knew church attendances are up by 50%, and I think that amount of people giving their life to Christ, I think he would have done it anyway. Listen, it was a pleasure talking to you. If you don't have anything
Vice versa,
else,
man.
yes, sir. If you don't have anything else, I'm going to let you go.
No, man. Have a good night. I hope you have some good debates with other people. Appreciate the time, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I appreciate you. Bye.
Yep. Bye-bye. See you, man.
Okay, that was our first debate of the night. He actually had a pretty good topic, and I'm trying to debate, if Charlie Kirk was that Charlie Kirk was an American hero, but amazing topic, and something I care so deeply about. In fact, I meant to put on, before I started this chat, I meant to put on this shirt, which is an abortionist murder shirt. I will stay on this hill till we die. Life. It's an abortionist murder shirt. I believe you can get this at mercyculture.com. It's great. I meant to put that on before I went live. Ending someone's life, period, is wrong. Todd, he didn't even mean. Hey, Todd, guess what? We got someone in our live. Look at that. I'm just kidding. It's ironic. It's right to even bear arms. So if anyone else wants to jump on the debate, y'all are more than welcome to. Tell me that you're there, because it might take me a minute or two to see that you're actually in the debate. Just because I'm not looking at the screen, I'm looking at y'all's comments. Excuse me. You are 100% correct. Our education system has failed us, and it's only an indoctrination camp. That's what our education system is. Ending Hitler's life would be wrong. Nick K, I do agree with that. I think it's a very interesting argument, but I do agree that ending Hitler's life would be wrong if you went in time and killed him as a baby. I think that would be wrong. Justin, you're funny. Justin, that was funny, bro. First call wasn't even a debate. Todd, what are you on, bro? What are you on? If you don't like Charlie Kirk, sure, you're a liberal, great, but at least understand conservatives before you pass judgment. Not gonna say that. Not gonna say that. Yo, what are you debating? Today we are debating Charlie Kirk was an American hero. You can prove me wrong. Or you can try to prove me wrong. Because I do believe in my heart and hearts that Charlie Kirk was an American hero. Debate equal. Man, that was a good conversation. I very much, if you're still in the chat, brother, I very much enjoyed that conversation. Yeah, good topic. Good topic. I got over 1 million views in my 401k. I'm fine, bro. Yeah, I'm sure you do, Todd. I'm sure you do. I love how y'all are just clowning on Todd. Todd was clowning on me for the longest time, and now y'all are just clowning on him. Oh, man, I love it. Oh, man. Oh, man. Well, today we're talking about Charlie Kirk, how he was an American hero. Also, Jimmy Fallon just got fired. I have a whole video out about it. Let's watch it. Let's watch Jimmy Fallon getting fired. It's my new video. It's out right now. Y'all can watch it at Unfiltered with Josh or or Joshua at Joshua.ceiling on YouTube. Y'all can go watch my Jimmy Fallon video. But we're actually just going to go ahead and watch it right now because I'm actually pretty proud of the video. I really like the video. So we're going to go ahead and pull this up. Reacting vertical. Here we go. It's time to rejoice because the same Hollywood elites that mocked and laughed at Charlie's death are now facing consequences. Americans and Republicans, conservatives are finally not standing for this hypocrisy and this just a guy. Yes, I do have a job. In fact, I'm a part owner of I'm a COO of a very successful company. I'm also an owner of 2 other companies. One is just getting started and one is also successful. So yeah, I do have a job. Thank you. Disgusting behavior from the left. Jimmy Kimmel is finally facing consequences for his disgusting behavior and terrible jokes. The fact that the Jimmy Kimmel show has gotten canceled is proof that we have taken power into our control as conservatives, as Republicans. Charlie's death was truly a turning point for the United States of America. We're about to watch the moment that he mocked Charlie's death, something that patriots and Americans and conservatives will not stand for.
We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it.
Yes, because I am sure the assassin that had, hey, fascists catch this, engraved on bullets, and that was dating a man who thought he was a woman, and despite the fact that his father said that he was a left-wing activist. No, Jimmy Kimmel knows best. He's got it. So alleged comic exposes the truth, right? Wrong. This is the type of behavior that we have put up with for too long. We are finally fighting back, and we got his show canceled. Check out this. Great news for America. The ratings. So the moral of the point is that Jimmy Kimmel is fired because of his rhetoric, and it's about time that we take power into our own control. Oh boy, it feels good, doesn't it? It feels good. I'm seeing a lot of people in the chat. I am intrigued by this one question. What is the Sixth Amendment? For anyone that doesn't know, the Sixth Amendment is and I'm reading this. I don't want anyone to call me out because that is what I'm doing. But for anyone who doesn't know, the Sixth Amendment is the person convicted of a crime has the right to a fair and speedy trial. That's the Sixth Amendment. If y'all are interested, I don't know. A lot of you liberals don't like our amendments. Is Todd... Wait, guys, I missed this whole thing. Is Todd really trying to convince us he has $1.2 million in his 401k? What a lie, what a lie, what a lie. The real jerk. Imagine lying to rage bait, bro. What, Bobby, what are you talking? I'm very interested in what you're talking about. Wait, do you know what Kimmel said about Charlie? Yeah. So, Bobby, what Kimmel said, well, it was more rhetoric toward the assassin. He was trying to say that the assassin is a Trump person, Trump guy, which we know isn't true. And I'll show you right here. Do we have the pictures still? Let's see here if we still have the pictures. Here we go. So these are the pictures. This guy over here, all the way on the right, that is the original picture. While this Twitter post is not the original picture. It is a doctored picture. It's a deep fake. So that is what that was in reference to, and Kimmel knew that, and yet he still spread lies. Not okay, and we're not standing for it. Yeah, I'm not making money off of these hats. All the money, to any Republican watching, all the money that we make from merchandise this month is all going to his family and or Turning Point USA. We are going to write them a fairly large check at the end of the month. So you can get this at AmericansUnfiltered.com or link in the description or link in the community post. All proceeds go to the family. Is that worth getting fired? I believe it is. Yes, it's fake news. It's not okay, and for a government subsidized network, it's not okay to be spreading those kind of lies. It's not. Period. Hard stop. End of discussion. I am Charlie Kirk. Jeffrey, I love that. I love that comment. Yeah, I'm going to pin you at the top. Do you live at home? I can't see just a guy. Do you live at your home? You going to college? No. So the reason I've been able to build multiple successful companies is because I dropped out of high school freshman year. School's not for me. College is a scam. High school, the whole public school system is a scam. If you don't believe that, then you're probably indoctrinated. Some people, some careers are good to go to. Hey, sorry, I have someone else in the chat. I have someone else ready to debate. Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. I apologize. I'll bring you up. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I think so. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you doing today?
Doing pretty well.
That's
Yourself?
Good. I'm tired, but I'm doing pretty good.
Okay.
So, what topic do you want to talk about?
Long day working.
Yes, sir. I would like to keep this on Charlie Kirk was an American hero, but I will answer any question.
Okay, sure. So, Charlie Kirk being a hero. Now, let me tell you, I don't think that he's a hero to. I guess he's a hero to certain people, right? But American hero implies that everyone in America likes him, right?
Not necessarily, no. I've seen way too many videos on my feed of people denouncing America, denouncing our flag, liberals, yelling and screaming at veterans, and I believe veterans are American heroes. Do you believe veterans are American heroes?
Which war?
Any. Vietnam.
Which
World War II.
Vietnam? Well, yeah, I think if they did
any war
the
is serving in our military at all.
Do you know what the My Lai massacre was?
I am not educated on that. No.
Is this why you dropped out of high school?
No.
So
no. I dropped out of high school because.
Do you know what Nasser Square is or Abu Ghraib?
Again, I am not informed. Most military things you talk.
You've never heard of Abu Ghraib in the Iraq War?
No.
How old are you?
I'm 17, and I'm more than willing to learn. So I just please don't throw insults, and I won't throw insults your way. So you can.
I'm not insulting you. I'm just saying that as a person who may be a little bit older, it's interesting to see someone who clearly has consumed a lot of pro-American propaganda and seems to know everything about the world. I remember when I was 17, I also thought I knew everything about the world.
Oh, I don't think I know everything about the world, but I'm very willing to be proven wrong, and that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm very willing to learn as well. It's not just about.
Well, you said all American veterans are heroes.
I personally believe so. Anyone who, let's say this, anyone who dies to protect our freedom, I think should be classified as an American hero.
Okay, so in the course of war, right, there have been instances of the American military committing genocide, right? Committing, not genocide, but war crimes, right? The My Lai massacre, Nasser Square, killing innocent women, civilians, shooting them in the head, shooting them and their genitals and stuff. Those people, like in Vietnam, the My Lai massacre, they were pardoned. They got off. They didn't. Do you consider them heroes?
I mean, Vietnam, it was a senseless war. I know that. I have a lot of family members that fought in the Vietnam War. If we're talking about like wartime that is not in my time, I can't really comment on that. I'm more than willing for you to tell me about it, but I'm going to have to do my own research on that.
Iraq War, right?
Yes.
Okay, Nasser Square. They shot the U.S. Marines, just opened fired into a crowd of people, killing a bunch of men and children and women, of course. And they didn't get anything done. In fact, I think Trump actually pardoned someone who committed part of that war crime, even though his entire military unit, he was charged. He went through the military, courts, which is different than the normal courts, and he was found guilty by a jury, JAG or whatever, and Trump pardoned him. Eddie Gallagher, I think, was his name.
Okay.
So, do you think he's a hero for killing innocent brown people?
Now, is that why he killed them? Because he was a racist and they were brown? Is that like an honest to God truth?
Well, I think if you were killing like a 5-year-old child, right, who is unarmed.
I don't think anyone who kills women or children are heroes. I will say what I did say was a very broad term. But when I see dozens of videos condemning veterans who fought in World War II, who signed up after the attack on 9/11 to go overseas and fight, I held those people who've given their life to a higher.
So does MAGA, do they like the Iraq and Afghanistan war now? Because I thought we were against it. They were for it, now we're against it. I remember Tucker Carlson changed. You're too young to remember this, but at one point everyone was for the wars, right?
I believe
Trump
so.
was
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, so was Obama. So was the Democrats. I mean, what did Obama do during his term to end it? However, going back to Charlie Kirk. I believe he...
I don't know much about him being an old person. So
okay, may I ask how old are you?
He went to 31.
31. Okay, so you're not that old. You were his age. Charlie Kirk died at 31. Excuse me. He had 2 children, a 1-year-old boy and a 3-year-old daughter. He also had a wife. He was killed in the middle of, I believe, Utah University. For proclaiming, one, the gospel, and for American freedoms. He wanted to have open debate, an honest debate with voters, and he got killed over that. One of my favorite quotes by him is, "When people stop talking, that's when violence starts." Would you agree with that statement of his?
When people stop talking, that's when violence starts. No, I think if you look at the general history of fascism and understand, I mean, Hitler gave speeches. He didn't stop talking. In fact, the Holocaust was started because of talking, right? The Protocols of Elders of Zion was a book. If you believe books are talking, I mean, he didn't say, right? Like, in fact, violence is propagated by talking.
So you don't think when the left stops talking to the right, let's just put it in the broad terms. Let's stay in modern American history. Let's say there's right and left. You don't think when they stop talking and they stop talking, you don't think violence starts? Because we've seen that. I
think that you're very young and very naive if you think that the right and left are talking to each other whatsoever. I feel like we've been.
No, they're not. That's my point. That's what Charlie was trying to do. That's what Charlie was doing.
I don't think he was actually doing. I don't think genuinely he was doing that. I think he was promoting his brand and pushing conservatism and trying to get young people like you into the fold, right? but I don't think he genuinely wanted a leftist to debate him. He went to go. He sucked.
He went to
he didn't seek
indoctrination
out.
camps. He went to colleges and debated.
College
and
is not an
debated
indoctrination camp. That's I
colleges
would push
are
back on
indoctrination camps. Yes, they are.
that. You went to college, right?
No, I dropped out of high school.
You have a school. Do you have a?
I have a GED.
Real job.
Yes, I have a real job. I am a part owner of a very successful funeral live streaming company, and I'm also the owner of a very successful marketing company. Yes.
Marketing and funeral services?
Two separate companies.
So you're an entrepreneur.
Yes.
Well, I don't really consider that a real job, but like a thing that actually helps people and does things. But
yeah, I help people 100%.
I
help small businesses grow.
I would just push back on college's indoctrination camp. I would say that when I went to college, I think there was.
What did you get a degree for?
Computer science.
Okay, and what and how old were you when you went to college?
17.
17. Okay. So you went in for computer science. What field are you in now? What's your job?
Computer science. I'm a senior backend developer.
That's awesome. So that and engineering. So let's just say computer science. And the thing is, people. You don't
think engineering needs
No. I think engineering does. I think being a doctor, being a lawyer, being an engineer, being any of those, yeah, you need to go to college. I don't think you need to go to college for gender studies, do you?
Well, let me tell you this. What if you went to college for gender studies, right? But then you get there and you learn, hey, maybe I don't want to do this. Tons of people change their career trajectory, right? A lot of people who start in one thing, for example, I think I started in finance or general education, right? But then I switched to computer science or engineering. I think that people going to college, being educated, do you think being educated is a good or bad thing? That's just more.
No, I think being educated is a very good thing. I think it's not like I stopped getting educated once I dropped out of school. In fact, my math teacher talked to me and he said, you will be more successful out of school than you will in. My math teacher looked at me in the eye and said, you are making more money than I am now. In school, you need to drop out of school. He talked me through the exact process to do so because he did so.
I mean, those who can't do teach, but so like, just think of who's saying that, obviously. But I think that a high school math teacher isn't the best, person to give advice, I would say.
Someone who was in the education field said, drop out of high school. Don't go to college. You need to do this. So that's my personal experience. But there are a whole bunch of useless. My personal experience
is my high school teacher called Obama the N-word multiple times. So we had a little bit different, that Texas flair, fucking conservatives and shit. But
I'm from Texas, yeah.
Which part?
By Dallas Fort Worth. So in the
that's why. That's the problem. You're from Dallas. As a Houston man, fuck okay. Dallas, fuck the Cowboys. Fuck.
Yeah, so you're a liberal or conservative? What do you identify as? I mean, Houston's a very liberal city.
Yeah, I mean, come on, the oil and gas guys and the birds. Yeah, come on, where Dan Crenshaw is, that's real liberal, or whoever the gerrymandered as hell.
I believe Houston and Austin are the.
Dallas. It's inside the loop. I mean, if you know the geography, which I don't know, you probably don't. You're too young. But there's inside the loop where all the rich parts and all the best parts are, and then there's the outer suburb.
Hold on one. Oh, sorry. No, we're good now. Go on.
Yeah. So I mean, if like Houston, there's like 3 giant highway loops, right? And 610 being the main one. If you're inside the loop, which is where all the best things are, the Heights, Montrose, Washington, Edo, downtown. Where everyone wants to live, right? Obviously, those people are liberal. But if you get out to the burbs, right, you go out to the woodlands, right, and has like
like Cleburne, Burleson, yeah, all that.
Yeah. But it's like to say that it's like liberal is partially. I mean, like I think it's definitely a mix. I mean, even the person that represented the outer burbs definitely is pro oil and gas and pro, you know, you gotta. It's. I mean, Dallas is also liberal as well. I mean, Austin is as well. I mean,
Yeah. So going back to the topic, you said you don't know much about Charlie Kirk, right? You said that, I believe.
all I know is that he got shot.
Okay, that's all you know.
That's it.
Do
And
you
my
know?
dad, I was
Well,
like,
you made a pretty interesting argument, and that was the fact that he was only looking for attention. So you made an argument without having the grounds to back it up. But I want to say this. He did believe that college was a scam. But do you know the
I
other
think
wing of his
that's
business was opening Turning Point USA locations in college? College students would open chapters in their local in their college. It's a community. So he didn't preach that all degrees, and I don't think that all degrees are a scam. I do think going in for a degree like gender studies or something like that, or even a business class, why do you think they're teaching a business class? They've never been successful in business their life. You need to go get a true to God.
See, this is how I know you didn't go to college because let me tell you, I went to University of Texas at Austin. None of my professors were professors. They were all lecturers that worked at IBM, at Intel, at adjacent, and they would come and lecture. That's exactly what happens in the business school, right? Like one of the lecturers at UT for computer science is Robert Metcalf, the man who invented the Ethernet cable. So, like, to say that these people don't know what they're doing, like you know what a PhD is, you know, a dissertation. That's not all the people there at college, bro. Like,
I don't. I mean, you can always point to certain things to back your point. I'll do that. You'll do that. But the
50,000 person school.
The
fucking going to business.
The point.
Imagine going to McCombs Business School and being like where Michael.
I don't believe anyone needs to go to a business school. No, go find yourself a mentor. It's not that hard. I have four very successful mentors. And I'm 17. When did you graduate college? You went into college early. So how old were you when you graduated?
20.
You were 20 when you graduated. So that's pretty early. I believe most people are 21, 22 when they graduate. Would you say that's about correct?
Yeah, I guess so.
So say if someone goes into college to learn business, wouldn't you say it's kind of silly to waste that 5 years? I'm 17. You were 17. Waste that 4 to 5 years in college. Instead, find yourself good mentors, find yourself a good foundation, and start making 6 figures before you're even 18. Would you not say that that's better to use of your time?
I would say that is fool. If you were a fool to give out all the great things of college, because it's not just class, my man. It's not just, you know.
Oh, let me get some friends
life,
and parties.
Life is not just making, you know, money in 6 figures and caring about like keeping up with the Joneses, right? Like college is a time where you're free, right? And all your friends live around you, and it's very, you know, it's enlightening in a way. And I think to steal that from someone and tell them, hey, you know, you should go to work.
You're gonna pay tens of thousands of dollars to go have a good time with buddies. I can go have a good time with buddies right now. I can go fly down to Texas, back up to Texas, and have a good time right now. The idea that you pay, that's a very interesting argument that I've seen a lot of people make, and the idea that you go to college, you pay tens of thousands of dollars to have a good time with buddies and be free. Like, again, it depends what you're going in for, but if you're going in for business, depending on the business, it's relatively easy if you have a good like foundation and you know what you're doing. You can go find yourself mentors. You can go build your business, and by the time you would have graduated, you can be making 6 to 7 figures. I don't understand this whole thought process of go to college, spend tens of thousands of dollars to have a good time with your buddies. Do you really think that's a good argument?
I didn't say, as I said, college is about getting education, but at the same time, right, it's about how being adults and how to live in this world with other people and how to be, I don't know, a normal human. But also, it actually has
You
always
can't
been
learn that outside of college.
No, of
What
course.
are our parents for?
What do you mean? Where your parents for? They
Are
raised you.
are your parents
But
not to teach you how to act in society and how to
I
how to
don't think
be?
my parents could teach me complex database schemes of like Cassandra and cloud infrastructure and all the things that you learned in college. Of
Well,
course, they don't.
you just jumped from learning how to have a social life to
Okay,
education.
yeah, I don't think my dad's gonna teach me how to fuck a girl. Okay, you want me to say that like, like,
Well,
or how
good.
to
He
get laid, right?
shouldn't.
Like,
No,
if
he shouldn't. He shouldn't. You should wait. You should wait till marriage. You shouldn't. I mean, coming from a Christian perspective, that's what you should do. I'm sure you're probably not a Christian, but and that's a very vulgar way of putting it, sir. But no, he shouldn't teach you how to do that.
you
And,
should,
and if,
you
if you're
should.
again, if you're paying tens of thousands of dollars to have sex, then that's a problem, and that's a problem with our society. And all school does is from high school to college is affirm mental illness. Here in I mean, not here in Texas. I'm in Florida right now, but in Texas, when I was going to high school, we had a litter box in our downstairs hall bathroom because a girl thought she was a cat. And what did the school do? The school didn't say, no, you're not a cat. The school didn't give her a therapist. What the school did was affirm that and give her a litter box. That's what the school system does. That's what high school does, and that leads on to college. They affirm mental illness, and it's not okay. And it's just disgusting.
I mean, that's just like the most uneducated take I've ever heard. I mean, have you ever read any of the Western canon? Do you know Latin? Do you know Greek? Do you know any other language?
Have you ever been in a high school hallway where
I've never been in a high
15%?
school hallway.
Have you ever been in a high school hallway where
Never been in a high
15%
school
where
hallway.
15% of the girls think they're an animal? Have you? It's disgusting behavior as a society. And
I mean,
in
we
our
can
school
make up
system.
stories. We can make up
We can make up
stories.
stories?
Till the cows come.
Really?
There's okay. So paste the link. Paste me a real factual evidence news report.
How about you
something
go?
from
How about you go look it up yourself? I mean, you have. I believe in
no, this
California.
is how I know you.
I believe in
the owners-
California. They have drag queens in first
Ooh,
grade
sexy.
classrooms. Like you really
kids are
think
gonna get horned up.
they are first graders? You really think that's okay? I'm gonna have to let you go in about 5 minutes. But do you really think that's okay for us to? And again, we got off topic of Charlie Kirk and on the topic of college, but in school. But you really think it's okay for drag queens to be in
I
first
think we
grade
should be making
classrooms?
all the kids drag queens. We should make them trans. We should make whatever you hate. I think we should do.
Okay.
That's how
So-
politics works
so,
now. Charlie Kirk taught me that. Whatever your enemy hates,
You
should
just said
preach
you
that.
just said you didn't know who Charlie Kirk was. You just said all you knew is that he got shot. Listen, I'm gonna have to let you go. It was a pleasure talking to you. I'll be praying for you, and I hope you turn from your
Pray for these
ways.
nuts.
Yep. Okay. Have a
And
great
your
day.
mouth.
Have a great day. Thank you. So that is a great example of sorry guys. There we go. That is a great example of liberals who, when they don't know what they're talking about, and they don't want. I see you, college student. I'm going to get to you shortly. Sorry. Great example of when liberals don't have a point to be made, and they turn to insults and vulgar language. I don't love talking about college. Today is supposed to be talking about Charlie Kirk. College student, if you would talk about Charlie Kirk, that would be great. I'm going to add you to the stage. Again, please be respectful, and I'll be respectful of you. Hey there.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Oh, W.
I see that you are a college student. Do you have any thoughts on Charlie Kirk? And if so, what are they?
Um, yeah, I mean, I wasn't super invested with anything he'd been doing. I did watch some of his streams and like live debates where he'd go around on college campuses, do the whole, prove me wrong thing. I don't think anything about what he was doing was intrinsically like harmful, or the format of calling out some of the flaws in college education, because there are definitely a lot. I think he overgeneralized
Oh,
a
hold on
lot
one
of what
second.
college.
You are a college student, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so just restart, and then everyone, this is a college student, and then I'm gonna let you finish. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, I mean, Kirk got assassinated. I do not endorse any political violence of any kind. I don't think it really matters what political affiliation the shooter was. I think the fact that one side is using it to virtue signal is kind of sad. I think one side celebrating it is equally sad. I think a lot of the rhetoric he was spreading about college and its efficacy in modern society was pretty damaging. I think a lot of what you get in college isn't just, parties, hanging out with friends. It's perspective, economic mobility, and
Hold on
on
one second.
average, a greater.
Can you
Hmm?
can you tell me what kind of perspective? Because that's a pretty broad term. So go ahead.
Oh, you said what kind of perspective? Sorry.
Yeah. Like you said, it gives you perspective, but like in relation to what?
Yeah, I would say in relation to, at least in my circumstances, it turned me on to a lot of different economic backgrounds, turned me on to a lot of different political and religious ideas. It just forces you to expose yourself to a lot of conflicting idea. A lot of backcourt classes I had to take regarding like gender studies and things like that. I did disagree with a lot of the immediate things I was being taught, but over time, a lot of the stuff builds on each other, and you start to slowly get a better grasp of the world. And I think immediately discrediting all of that as being indoctrination or propaganda is a little reductive of the idea of education as a whole. And, spreading that is not great for society, especially when we're seeing a bit of an educational crisis in America with the defunding of public schools and all that.
So are you talking about the defunding of public schools under the Trump administration, where he's giving more money to homeschool kids? Is that what that's in reference to?
Yes, yeah, it is. And don't get me wrong, I don't think, getting subsidies to people who are homeschooling their kids is bad at all. I think that's great. I think parents should have the choice to educate their kids in however way they want. However, defunding public schools and making the more viable option homeschooling, where you're less likely to be exposed to different social conditions, different ideologies, I don't think is necessarily a good route to take. I think on average, public schooling and college education, it does expose you to more ideas, makes you more well-rounded. And I don't think there's much damaging about that.
Okay, and so you are a college student. May I ask how old you are?
Yeah, I'm 20 years old right now.
You're 20 years old right now. When did you go? When did you get into college?
I got into college 18.
18.
I think.
So you've been you've been in there for about 2 years.
Yeah, I'm starting my junior year in about a week.
Okay. And what are you in college for?
I'm in college for mechanical engineering. So as far as college educations go, one of the more economically viable ones.
Yeah. Okay. So you're in college for one of the careers that I believe college is good for, right? Engineering, being a lawyer, being a doctor, stuff like that. I mean, there's plenty more. So I don't think we're actually going to find that much of a disagreement when it comes to your field or why you're in college. I think it's great that you're that you're studying to be an engineer. I assume that's the career path you want to pursue. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's the end goal is like wave energy conversion.
Okay, so again, you're contributing to society, and that's great. So when it comes to public schools, I do believe that public schools, just talking about high school, and then I'll talk about college, and kind of had this debate with this other guy, and I asked you to not use vulgar language like he did, but I do.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay, great. I do personally believe that affirming mental illness from K through 12th grade is not okay. In my personal experience, I'm not going to talk about. actually, I will talk. Just talking about from my personal experience, like I said in the previous debate about college, in my downstairs E-hall bathroom, there was a litter box for multiple girls, but I think one main, and that's who started it, who thought she was a cat. And the school affirmed that. Now, do you think that's wrong? Just quick question.
So, off of face value, I don't really want to judge whether or not I think a school's action regarding what seems to be a not of, completely solitude mental state student. I wouldn't want to put a value judgment on that. I would be curious further asking you though, when you say schools are affirming mental health from K through 12,
mental illness, but yes.
Or sorry, mental illness, my bad. At what point do you think that is damaging? Because to some extent, I think it's definitely argued that affirming some things that students might be able to not get treatment properly due to bad housing conditions or bad parental conditions. What kind
of treatment? Like abortions and sex change operations? Or what?
Schools supporting abortion and sex changes? Or
yes. That it's very well known that schools have been involved. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, so I think there's a bit of a false connection here you're trying to make. So when it comes to things like trans rights, right, I think schools, especially in the past 10 to 15 years, have started taking a more proactive role in affirming gender identity.
Do you think that's a good thing?
I don't think it's a bad thing. I think...
Really? Do you have a religion? Are you atheist, Christian, Muslim?
I am atheist.
You're atheist. Okay.
Yeah. I grew up in a Christian sect. I've, served my time there. It wasn't really for me, but if you want to, Mormon.
Okay, so not Christian, Mormon. Understood. And
it's a Christian sect.
You understand that the Book of Mormon,
it's a DLC.
Contradicts the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Bible also contradicts the Bible, to be fair.
The New Testament can contradict the Old Testament, but you have to understand that to get that. Go on. You were talking.
Yeah. So I think when people see a lot of the fear that's being peddled in regards to schools affirming things like sex change surgeries, any of that kind of stuff. First of all, I think there's a bit of a false fear element when it comes to kids getting sex changes. That is an excruciatingly rare thing. I think in the past 10 years, there was 18 cases of people under the age of 14 getting surgeries to reassign sex. It's not a very common issue. That's one of the things the right does like to hype up a lot and say, this is happening at our schools, this is happening wherever, when if you look at the numbers, it's really not happening that much. Other things in regards, when you say abortion, schools supporting abortions, I don't think I've ever heard of that being a case or happening.
So I dropped out of school about 6 months ago. In the hallways, they had, I'm not going to be able to quote it one for one, but basically they had a number to call if you were pregnant, and the whole premise was to get an abortion. So you can continue on.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the question I'd have for you is, was that just a number to a Planned Parenthood clinic, or was the school funding the abortions, or were they giving you counselors or therapy sessions that could lead to abortions? Because I'd be shocked if schools were just saying, call this number, we'll set you up an abortion, especially if it's dealing with minors.
Sorry, repeat that for a second.
Oh, you're all good. I was saying, I'd be curious I want to press you a little bit on, when you're saying call a number if you need an abortion, essentially, was it just a number to Planned Parenthood where you could review options? Was it a number where the school would help fund or get you to a program or an abortion clinic?
Oh, yeah. So
or was this just...
I'm not sure. I didn't call it. I don't know anyone who did call it. When I was in school, I wasn't doing school. I was working. That's what I love to do. That's what I've always done. That's what I did in school. So I'm not sure. But I just looked this up real fast. You said how many kids under the age of 17 got sex change operations from schools or that schools helped with?
Well, from schools, I don't think
that schools that they helped with administrators or whatever.
I don't think it's even helped with. I don't know the exact figures, but it's tricky when you get into trying to quantify a school's role in something.
From 15 to 17, there have been 100,000 total, according to January 7th, 2025. 100,000.
100,000 sex change operations, gender affirming care procedures,
Yes,
like what?
gender
What's that
affirming
number?
surgeries. Yes.
Okay, so it's 100,000 gender affirming surgeries. So actually cutting into tissue. Is what you're saying, right?
Yes, sir. I that's what this says. I wouldn't put a
Okay.
huge backing on this. This is the whole Google AI thing, and we know how wrong it is.
Oh.
But it's still
Yeah.
going to be a large number. Even 14 is a large number if schools help with that, because it's affirming mental illness. You said that you don't necessarily think that the schools affirming mental illness, or let's just say trans, is a good thing. You said you come from you said you're atheist, which makes sense because you don't have that religion backing, and I can debate it from both ways. But biologically, we are made male and female. That's you're made with XX or XY chromosomes, and you see the human anatomy, and it fits like a puzzle, and it's like the best way to put it is like this affirming mental illness. When you have trans and you have these gay, I think it's all mental illness, but it's like a toddler smashing a circle or a square into a circle hole. It's not going to fit because it's not how we're made. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying. If I could press you a bit on, so specifically you're saying, so you think all LGBT falls into that. So do like people being gay is mental illness?
I do believe so, yes.
Okay. So if you have a person who's like 40 years old and you talk to them about their life and they haven't had any traumatic experiences and they just tell you like, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I've genuinely only felt attracted to men my entire life. What do you think the treatment for that should be?
So I'm going to then talk about personal experience again. I am in an amazing church called Mercy Culture. I don't know if you're open. It's not Mormon. It's not anything like that. It's Holy Spirit, Bible. It's a Bible-led, Bible teaching church. I think you should look into Mercy Culture. There have been multiple people that I have personally met that had said that, had watched church online, have encountered the Holy Spirit, have and again, this is personal experience, so I'm going to bring God back into this. I apologize if that offends you, but that's who I am, and that's why
it doesn't offend me. You're good.
Well, I just say that because it does offend some people.
Yeah, some people get pressed when you bring up life experience. It's kind of dumb, but continue.
So I met multiple people who forever thought they were attracted. Coming from a Christian standpoint, it's a spirit that attaches onto you, and you have to openly rebuke it. Someone else entered the studio, so we have to wrap this up real fast. I'll give you about 6 more minutes. So I don't believe that people are born that way. I don't think that's true. In fact, the trend has only, I don't know the exact numbers, but you really think people in the let's say 50s or 60s thought they were born gay? I mean, that's a very small amount, and that's still just, in my opinion, in my personal experience, just spirits. Sorry, you can go on.
Yeah, I was going to say, to respond directly to like the 1950s, 60s thing, this is an argument I hear a lot from people on the right, and I think it falls pretty short. The issue a lot of people don't take into consideration is that being like gay or trans back in that time was far less acceptable and often prosecutable through legislation, and being persecuted at work, things like that. It was means to fire you. So when people are like, oh, there's been a sudden influx of gay people or trans people in the past 20 years, this must be some like raging, wide sweeping mental illness. I think that's a bit reductionary, and also fails to accredit for the fact that it's not as prosecutable anymore. And so people are much more comfortable living how they want to live and doing the things they want to do. And I think it's a bit of an issue when you sparse that into like public schools' role in this, because a lot of the things the right are getting mad about is simply public schools supporting and being open with new identities and kids expressing themselves how they want. I think very rarely is telling kids like, you're mentally ill, it's wrong for you to like be attracted to the same sex. I think that's just going to result in more trauma and often more mental illness, rather than just like adequate support programs.
So when you're looking, when you're looking at the human anatomy, you don't believe that it literally is like a puzzle. They fit in perfect. It's a puzzle. We are meant to be man and woman, right? And that's why we're not born XXXX or XYXYXY. We're XX and XY. It shouldn't be.
Okay. Do you
go on?
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think humans and cars fit together like a puzzle piece?
Humans and cars?
Yeah, not in like a sex way, but just you look at a car, you look at a person, you're not gonna think, oh yeah, those go together, right? Just based off anatomy.
No, but
because I think the whole anatomy argument, like anthropologically,
you look at a car and an engine, and you say, yeah, that fits together perfectly, or a car and a tire, yes, or cars and
yeah, I'm saying generally more from like an anthropological perspective, like trying to base entire societal norms purely off of human anatomy is kind of dumb, because in that respect, cars should be completely obsolete because we have feet. So people and roads should go hand in hand, right? If you want to base a lot of societal norms off that, if you look at things we do with technology
here's
and
the thing. You're comparing something that human men or women have invented to human anatomy that has always been. Okay, like it just doesn't. I don't think that argument holds any weight, because you're comparing something that has been invented to something that has always been.
I wasn't trying to make like a false equivalency. Yeah, I was trying to say what human experience is and what human relationships are has and always will be far beyond our exclusively our anatomy. And I think trying to reduce all of what a relationship should be to that, with how far we've sparsed from what our bodies are meant to do, is a little unnuanced.
So you think, I guess we're just not going to reach an agreement. I think we have understanding, but we're not going to come to an agreement. I understand where you're coming from, and I understand why. I'm going to have to wrap this up because I have another caller. I'm going to say,
could I get one more?
Yeah,
I was gonna say, could I press you, or could I ask you like one more thing?
Go ahead.
I'm just curious. So, stance on abortion.
It's murder. In fact, look at this.
It's murder.
I have a shirt right here. I have like 3 or 4 of these abortion or murder shirts. It's murder, 100%. And
nice.
I am actually.
I don't have a shirt, so.
I am willing to draw out this conversation. What is your stance on abortion?
Yeah, so I'm not religious, obviously, so I don't have the backing of as soon as contraception happens, there's a soul that's magically implanted into the cells. I think that abortion up to about 20 to 24 weeks is fine. I think our goal as humans should be to protect the human conscious experience. And about 20 to 24 weeks is when doctors estimate that's when all the parts in the brain of a human fetus are in place for them to start deploying a conscious thought. And so before that, legislatively, probably play it safe, say 20 weeks. I think before 20 weeks, abortion is usually pretty chill. I think past that, it should be limited to life of the mother or extreme circumstances.
Okay, so I'm not going to argue with the life of the mother, because it's a very small percentage, and I believe it's less than 1% that abortion is necessary. So I'm not gonna talk about that. If we're talking about abortion, do you think the woman, do you think the mother has all the right to say, yes, I want an abortion, and has the authority to do so?
That's a tricky one, but I think I don't know. I don't like putting it as black and white issues like yes or no. I think it would depend on circumstances, but on average, I'd probably say lean towards the mother doing it, because at the end of the day, it's she's sacrificing her body for 9 months for the sake of this.
Didn't she should have the choice her body to have sex and not have protection? And here's the thing: it's not her DNA. It's not the father's DNA. It's a unique strand of DNA. It's not either their choice to. It shouldn't be either their choice to say, hey, I want to kill my child because I didn't have the wherewithal to put on a condom. Do you not see where that's coming from?
No, I completely see where you're coming from. I just think the argument falls a little flat, especially when you consider, basic arguments like, condoms can fail, accidents can happen, whatever. still, it's like the incest, whatever arguments, it's like less than 1% of cases. I think still within the 99% that are just people being dumb, now they want an abortion. I still think, before 20 weeks, there's no conscious experience going on in the womb. It is a clump of developing cells. If you want to argue, it's like...
I have a question. I'm a clump of developing cells. You're a clump of developing cells. An 85-year-old woman is a clump of developing cells. We are until we die. And even after that, we are until we're dust. So...
Yeah, the difference is we're conscious.
Okay. So... I mean, they in the future, say the baby has the futures. You said before 20 weeks, so let's say before 20 weeks, it's going to have a consciousness. Period. It's going to have human value. So why?
Yeah, I have a great counter to that. It's I don't think we should value the potential for a consciousness over current consciousness. So, for example, I don't think, a lot of babies don't come to term. A lot of things can happen.
Are you a vegan?
Am I a vegan?
Yes.
No.
Pigs have a consciousness. Cows have a consciousness.
Yeah.
All those animals have a consciousness. Do you think we have the right to kill them?
Do you think human consciousness and cow consciousness are comparable?
I don't, but if you want to say consciousness is the only thing that...
So I said human consciousness at the start of my point.
Okay. So then I will say that point is invalid, and you can continue.
All right, thank you. But I think the main argument I've been able to find, a good measurement is so before 20 weeks, there has been no deployment of a conscious thought in the womb. I don't think there's much of a loss.
So you have a pretty similar stance to Trump, is that correct?
Is that Trump's stance on abortion? Trump flip-flops on abortion every week.
I believe that's Trump's stance on abortion. I believe it's 20 to 24 weeks is his stance on abortion.
I thought he'd gone more radical in the past couple months and started saying that all abortion was not good, but it should be left up to the states.
I believe that's still his stance. I will be fine to be proven wrong, but I believe that is the stance.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can continue.
I don't know specifically Trump's stance, but I think when pressing you for a more secular, because you said you could argue it for a religious or a secular standpoint. So how would you, without bringing religion into it, try and defend all abortion as being not good? So how would you say that even if it's not conscious,
that's what I've been
and we're
doing.
just valuing
I haven't related it back to the Bible at all. But if you want to, if you want me to go through this again, I think anything that has, I think just because you choose to have sex and be reckless, I don't think that it gives you the right to kill a human baby. I don't a human organism because it is a human organism.
Okay.
I don't just because you're clumsy.
So
and you're,
what about
for rape? It's a tough. Is that where you were going for rape?
Oh no, TBH. I do not really like when people on the left go straight to rape and incest because it makes up less than 1% of abortion cases, and I think there's much better arguments for abortion.
Okay, so then what were you gonna
I think
say?
it's a bit of a straw man. I was going to say more of just asking your general, the 20 to 24 weeks, before a conscious thought, to extend that, right? If you think that we hold these people accountable for being reckless or whatever, do you think morning after, Plan B should be illegal then?
I'm going to be honest. I don't have an opinion on that because I have not done enough research. So I am not going to give a firm stance. Personally, I wouldn't, and I hope my wife wouldn't. But I don't have an opinion on that. So yeah, I'm not gonna.
It's yeah. From what you have said, I would have expected you to extend that further back, right? Because your main argument was, abortion is murder, developing cells.
My personal belief is when, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you. I'm not super in the world of all this abortion, Plan B. I don't know all that. What I do know is that I personally believe when the sperm attaches to the egg, I think that should be considered human life. And I think it should be considered a genocide, especially if people think that Gaza is a genocide. I 100% believe abortion is a genocide and be outlawed. But you can continue.
Yeah, and I respect. I was gonna say I completely respect your view on that, and I think if it's something you wouldn't want you or your wife to ever do, you should be completely within your rights to never do that. And I think it's completely respectable, and people should respect that. The issue I have is when other people come to different conclusions about the validity of abortion, and then they're opposed. Like people who with differing ideas impose legislation on them, saying no, you can't do that.
And I guess it really just comes down to the point of, do you believe abortion is murder, yes or no? I know plenty of people on the left who actually agree that abortion should be considered murder. I know people on the right who say, no, it shouldn't be considered murder. And my take comes from a religious standpoint to where the Bible says that that God knits us in our mother's womb. So I'll never change on that. And in the case of the mother's death, it might be the only case where I say, okay, it might be necessary. But in that one case that is, like you said, comprised of less than a percent. Well, with the mother's death, it's also comprised of less than 0.5%. To where they need an abortion or they're gonna die, because I believe like 99 point whatever % of the time a C-section will save the mother. And I could be wrong on those statistics, but I know the premise is right, and I know it's either like 0.5% or 1%.
I mean, yeah, and I've said before, it's like 99% of the cases where abortions happen, it's not for the life of the mother, it's not for incest, it's not for any of that. But I still think a majority of them should be defended under the same ideas that I've laid out. If I may, I've been like scrolling chat. I think it's kind of funny. A lot of people are saying it should be impossible for us to find common ground on issues like this due to the fact that I'm like not religious or whatever. But I think it's important to try and have conversations because separation of church and state, we were built to fundamentally not value religion over secular thought and science.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you liked Charlie Kirk. I don't know if you know who he. I don't know if you followed him. I think you said you did a little bit. One of my favorite quotes.
He came to my school.
That's what school do you go to, if you don't mind me asking?
Oregon State.
Oregon State. Cool. I went to his Texas A&M rally.
Yeah.
One of my favorite quotes from him is, when we stop talking, that's when violence happens. So I think it's important to talk, and I don't think it's important to necessarily prove someone wrong, but just have a conversation, because it's important, and that's what I truly believe that's what freedom of speech is all about. Trying to find middle ground.
Yeah, I agree.
So
if I'm curious, right? Or last thing I'll leave you off on, right? So, hypothetical, if we were trying to put in legislation defending abortion, right? Even though you think, whatever thoughts you may have in it being murder, if we said arbitrarily first trimester, about 12 weeks or whatever, at that point there are zero neuron development. There's been no nervous system connection with the brain. At that point, do you think abortion is still like abhorrent and should be illegal?
Yeah.
If we're saying like generous, like 12 weeks.
So if you're asking for my personal perspective, yes, because like I said, when it comes to the sperm attaching to the egg, I believe anything past that is even if it's only a clump of cells. I truly do believe that is and should be considered a human life. So if you're asking for a perspective, that's my view.
I respect that. Do you think legislatively, if we went back to allowing first trimester, so before any neural development, would you be against that legislatively, where we leave it up to the people's individual liberties to choose whether or not they want to continue bringing this to term, before there's been any consciousness, any potential of life?
I have you ever interesting. I would personally advocate for a full nationwide ban of abortion. Personally, I know a lot of people are going to disagree with that. I'm sure you are, and that's fine.
Yeah.
That's what I would advocate for. That's what I would advocate for. That's what a lot of people I know would advocate for. I think any killing of life after the sperm has attached to the egg is wrong.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from. I just personally think the valuing rights of a potential person in the future shouldn't be valued over immediate rights of somebody living and conscious right now. But I get the potential of life argument. I get how it's, left alone, it will come to term.
I guess the
I
question
just disagree
is,
with.
well, I guess the question for the last question I have for you is, why should a human life not be valued because a woman chose, or a man and a woman? Let's not just blame the woman. Okay, there's two people responsible. Just because a man and a woman decided to be clumsy and why should a future human life choose not to be, can't even have the chance to live because man and woman were clumsy and arrogant?
So again, I reel it back to, it's not like we're killing a hypothetical person that's going to be born. They're going to be born under conditions if they're met, right? So conditions being the mother is well fed, the mother doesn't have any health concerns. Keep in mind, a lot of babies don't even come to term. A baby being born is either going to, for a lot of these families, is going to impose a lot of financial. It's going to impose a lot of financial implications on the family.
So
or I guess you could donate to foster care.
Yeah. So do you know how many families are looking to adopt?
I don't know the number off the top of my head, but there is
million. There's 2.5
3.5 million.
2.5.
Okay.
Do you know how many women? Do you know how many women get an abortion every year?
I'll just shoot a guess. I'm guessing it's probably about 3 to 4 million.
I believe it's 1.1. So under what you thought.
Oh, okay.
I believe that's what it is. So many families that have enough money are looking to adopt. Why should again I'm going to pose the answer, why should the woman who was arrogant and chose to have sex even though she knew, I can't feed this baby, I can't pay for this baby, why should, if there's 2.5 million families, not even people, families that can adopt, that have enough money to make that kid comfortable in life, why should that future life not have the chance to see the light of day, literally?
So I think the main concern I have with phrasing that like the way you are doing is it discredits the idea that tons of kids get aged out of foster care and then end up homeless. And a lot of the families who are looking to adopt.
I'm not talking about foster care. I'm talking about the families that are looking to adopt.
Yeah, I'm saying, so if I was trying to make an extension point, but if you look at the amount of people that age out of foster care and eventually are like homeless, for example, it's clear to see that a lot of people who go up for adoption end up not getting adopted and getting put into pretty bad circumstances. One of the greatest arguments in favor of abortion is protecting kids from either a very povertous life where they will not have a good quality of life, or getting sent into a system that is notorious for not providing services that are greatly needed for infants and youth. I think still you can't value the potential of maybe a human life in the future over the current rights and bodily autonomy of women.
Then they should be more careful. I mean, that's what it comes down to for me. If you can't be careful, then you shouldn't have. If you can't have a baby, then you shouldn't have sex. If you can't, you just it's a matter of. I mean, it's really executing. Do you know how many? Have you ever watched an abortion?
I have.
Okay, so you know that they go inside of the mother, they break the back of the child, and they tear it out limb by limb by limb. You don't find that disgusting?
I find it pretty disgusting. Have you ever watched an open heart surgery?
Yeah, actually, I have. Not like a
full. Yeah, it's also pretty disgusting.
20-hour. Yeah, but it's a human life. It's a difference between taking and saving a human life. You understand that? I think open heart surgery is kind of beautiful. I mean, it's gross and gory, but yeah, it's saving a human life.
It's a medical marvel. Yeah, it's crazy.
Rather than executing a child. I don't think I think we have understanding. I don't think we're gonna agree. I'm sorry.
Yeah. That's valid.
But
yeah, I wasn't necessarily looking to change your mind. The best argument I've heard that I've found the most, joy into researching, I think it's interesting, is the argument in defense of human consciousness. I think before there's potential for consciousness to exist, it's not necessarily immoral to withhold the potential of a future consciousness. And that's pretty much, the end of my point. But
okay, well,
I'm assuming you probably want to get someone else on here by now.
Yeah, I have to take a small break. I'm gonna move over. Listen, I appreciate you coming on, and I appreciate you having a nice, decent talk. I am going to take a little bit of a break, and I hope you continue watching, and I'll be praying for you.
Yeah, it's very enjoyable. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, guys, I have a few other people in here that want to join. I'm going to take about a 3-minute break. Ash, stay in here. You're next. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to get you all something to watch. This is going to be one of Charlie Kirk's... let's do one of Charlie Kirk's videos, because why not, right? So, let's see. Ooh, actually... Candace Owens. Let's watch a little bit of Candace Owens. I'll be right back, guys.
Let's take a pause.
I'm going to have to go use the restroom.
There is a lot happening right now, okay? Bibi Netanyahu is again denying that he murdered Charlie Kirk, despite the fact that no one that I know accused him of doing such a thing. Is that normal for a state leader of a foreign country to have to twice deny that on national television? We also have Bill Ackman, who is sending his press hounds on me. There's no other way to say it. He's also dropping text messages that prove nothing. And a guy named Eric Bolling is just lying through his teeth on PBD, the PBD podcast, to establish this narrative, which for some reason every major publication is now running with, that I haven't spoken to Charlie Kirk in years. That is all happening right now, not because I'm lying, but because we are choosing to stay focused on solving the murder of Charlie Kirk. And what we are uncovering is much darker than I think any of us could have possibly imagined. So welcome back to Candace. We are pulling all of this together, and I'm going, I don't even know where to begin. And I guess we should just start with one of many explosive discoveries, thanks to all of you guys, by the way, anonymous sources invested in the story, wanting to get to the truth, having that gut instinct that something is not right. So we've been wondering yesterday. I was also doing an Instagram series of pulling everybody into what doesn't make sense about the changing of the clothes that Tyler Robinson allegedly did. And we've been wondering why it seems that the feds were only willing to release a grainy image of Tyler Robinson from the day of the shooting, despite the tech stack that UVU campus has, right? There's no images that we can see that have been released of his Dodge Challenger that's supposed to be idling nearby the campus for a very long time, right? If he's, as he texted these Fed messages, him and Lance are texting, and he's telling him every second, minute by minute, what he's done. And he mentioned that the cops have done a sweep. Remember, Tyler is supposed to be babysitting the gun in that moment, waiting for the right moment to go back and, quote unquote, retrieve his weapon. But he sees and I'm not kidding, quote unquote, squad car. That's what he writes, right? He writes, I can get close to it, but there is a squad car parked right by it. Squad car. Okay, yeah, no. How many times do you call a police car a squad car? Do you want to know who calls it a squad car? Someone on the squad. Well, that's how that works. Yeah, but that's what Tyler writes, squad car. Elsewhere in this correspondence, and by the way, thanks to one of you people who commented on yesterday's episode and pointed this out to me, But elsewhere, Tyler says something that only a woman would say. That's why it didn't flag me as weird when I was reading this. It didn't flag me as odd. He says to Lance, allegedly, quote, "I worry about Prince. I had to leave it," referring to the rifle, "in a bush where I changed."
I know I had a few other people who wanted to be in here and talk. Ash, you're next. I ask for you to be respectful. Just be respectful and don't get me canceled on YouTube. How's it going? How's it going?
It's going pretty well.
That's good. I would like to keep this topic on Charlie Kirk was a hero. That's what this video is about, an American hero. But I will be willing to talk about other topics like abortion.
Okay, so I just have a question. Do you agree that Charlie Kirk was a faggot and his daughter should be raped?
Okay. Cool. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. They can't have civil conversation, so what they do is they resort to stuff like that, and now this might be taken down. So that's great. That is just wonderful, guys. Just wonderful. Okay, you're next. Out of stage. How's it going?
Howdy, it's going good. What about you?
I'm doing good. Are you gonna do what the last guy did? I don't know if you saw.
I did not. What happened?
Yeah, he said, do you agree that Charlie Kirk was a faggot and that his daughter should get raped? And then showed a picture of, I believe, animal or male or woman genitalia.
That's fucked. I'm sorry. I mean, I don't mean to cuss on your stuff. I hope that's okay if I do.
So you're good. You're not gonna do anything like that?
No.
Okay, so then
No.
we're gonna go ahead and get you on here. Okay, you're live.
Thank you. Can I know where you stand politically in terms of, I don't care whether you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent, I just want to know your views
Yes, so
on some things?
Yes, so I am a Republican.
Alrighty. My question is so Republicans, you know, it's such a generalized statement, right? Like, so many Republicans hold different views and values.
Yeah.
But it's usually under the same idea.
Yeah. May I ask, are you what do you classify as? Republican, Democrat, Independent?
I just kind of stand in between the fence. I mean, I do lean more closer to Republican.
Okay. May I ask what you wanted to talk about? I would like to keep this on Charlie Kirk as American hero,
yeah.
But I'm more than willing to talk about topics like abortion and topics like that.
So, yeah, I was actually about to ask about that, because when, I don't know the person's name or anything, but they were labeled as college student.
Yeah.
I had a few questions during that conversation that I was actually quite intrigued about.
Okay.
That deals with the foster care system and deals with the adoption care systems.
Okay. Can you expand on that?
Yes.
Like what your question is?
So, yeah, what is your personal view on how they operate in the aspect of when those agencies or systems are not checked, or when they are checked, they do get backed up and they do have a lot of issues for the individual child moving from place to place?
Yeah. So there's anything that has to do with the government is sadly going to have challenges, and it's not gonna be great, right?
Yeah.
The whole conversation relies around abortion, that abortion should be considered murder, and is that there are different options. If you can't if you truly, have, if you truly have a mistake, and it's it's truly a mistake, and it was a lapse of judgment, and you can't say pay for the child, or you don't have enough money to have a child, stuff like that. Then there are options like that. Like they're not always great options, but there are, like the whole premise of the argument is that that is an option. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely. And I do agree with that. While I was listening in, I do like some of the points the college student made. However, so I am very religious, personally. I do believe that abortion, in more than, enough cases, is mortal.
Can you
I
repeat
can
that
see.
1 second? Sorry, my beats glitched out. Can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, and so I'm quite religious myself. When you and the college student were having a debate and talking civilly, which was nice to see for once, that two people can have such a nice debate.
Yeah.
He did bring up some valid points, but I am also religious myself.
Okay.
Right,
what kind of what are you? Mormon, Christian, Muslim?
Pentecostal Christian.
Okay, so you're a Christian. Okay.
Yep. So a lot of at least what I've been taught in my church and all that is abortion is mortal.
Yeah.
I can see the 1% of or less than 1% of a lot of issues happening. However, here's the issue is that, again, in the Bible, it does mention that life begins at conception.
Yes.
So I was. Can we dig a little bit more into that? I want to hear your stance on it, and I might.
So, I actually just changed into my abortion. One of my abortion is murder shirts. Yeah. So, I don't know what church you go to. It sounds like a great church if they're teaching these type of things. So as Christians, coming from a Christian perspective, not as a Republican, not as a liberal, not as a human, as a Christian, we believe that life starts when the sperm meets the egg. That's when life starts, even if it's just a clump of cells, which is what they say. It's still life. And it's still a human organism that needs to be loved and preserved, and not torn apart and not torn out of the mother or killed. Am I kind of hitting like what you were asking?
Yes. So in my church, we teach a lot about this, right? We really like to dive in these subjects. In fact, I don't know what type of church do you go to? Do you mind if I ask that real quick?
It's a non-denominational, Holy Spirit led Bible led church.
All right. Thank you for that. So in my church, I don't know if your church encourages it, but we actually do encourage asking questions and kind of questioning the religion. Here's why.
Yes.
Because
so I know where you're going with this, and yes, that's very important. I'm gonna let you finish your thought process. Yes, questioning your religion is very important, and if more people question their religion, there would be a lot more Christians. Sorry, you can continue.
Yeah, no, that's okay. No, we teach that questioning is a good thing, and here's why: you learn more from it. One, it also it opens both sides' minds, right? Like right now, during a talk or a debate, you're open to other people's perspective of a thing. Abortion's a very big topic, and the aspect of, especially among Christians and Catholics, is that abortion morally in the Christian Bible is wrong.
Yes.
It is mortal.
Yes.
Now, I had a talk with one of my pastors.
Okay.
And one of the things, because I also preach at the church now, I've been doing it for about 4 months.
Very exciting.
So,
Okay.
oh yeah. So one of the things I was commonly asked, right, and I want to see how you would describe it and how, yeah. So one of the questions that's commonly asked is how do we know 100% sure that is directly what the Bible is talking about, specifically about the abortion? Now, the reason why I say that and why I'm proposing this question is because this is a question, because I mainly teach and preach to middle school and high school students.
Okay.
That's my demographic of where I preach and teach to.
Okay.
How would I, like, let's say I'm a pure atheist, right? Don't know anything about Christian. I go up to you, talk to you, and say, hey, one, where is this in the Bible? Two, how can I be for sure this is what it's talking about?
Okay, so I just want to say it's a great question. If someone walks up to me and they say, where does it say no abortion in the Bible? Well, it doesn't say thou shalt not have an abortion, correct?
Yep.
Like you won't find that in the Bible. Now here's what you do find in the Bible. You find verses talking about that life starts at conception. You start finding verses of God and his not God's disciples, but God's followers, Jesus's disciples, even I believe it's Elijah, and all these different people who condemn child sacrifice. Correct? Like you would agree that child sacrifice is condemned in the Bible?
Yes. Yes.
May I ask you what the difference between abortion and child sacrifice is? If you are just even if say it's just say it's 20 weeks old, it's just starting to grow spine, and what's the difference between yanking and breaking the back and pulling it out of the mother? What's the difference between that and abortion? I mean that and a child sacrifice.
See, that's a really good question because I'm not too sure on how to answer.
Okay.
Well, at least
the difference is that you're not sacrificing it to a god. That's the main difference, right? But the act is still the same. And when child sacrifice is condemned in the Bible, I 100% believe that abortion is a form of child sacrifice, because we're told that we have many gods, right? So for example, money can be a god. Would you agree with that? That money can be a god, or an idol? Sure, an idol or a god.
Yeah.
Well, we're told to not worship false idols. So if money is an idol, what a false idol is that you made an idol to a god. Does that make sense? And would you agree with that? Okay. So.
Oh yeah.
So, in that perspective, abortion is murder. Abortion is sacrificing to an idol, to a god, and that's the fact that you don't have to have responsibility. And it's an action rather than a physical thing. Now, have you ever seen an abortion?
No, I have not personally seen an abortion.
Okay, so I'm going to describe an abortion just so that you understand how horrific it is. So the abortionist, goes inside of the mother, and it tries to grab the child's spine. The child dodges it and tries to protect itself. When the doctor finally gets a hold of the spine, the doctor breaks the spine and then tears each limb off the child individually, breaks the neck off, and like that's how gruesome it is. Do you think that should honestly be continued as a normal practice?
As a recreational practice, no. I'm gonna dip out a little bit out of my like Christian perspective because I like looking at it from both perspectives.
That's fine, and that's good.
It's from the non-Christian perspective, I can see it in the aspect of if there was a severe, and I mean a severe danger to the child or you, and on top of that, a severe health issue it could cause.
Okay. Do you know do you know how often that is? Do you know the instance of which the mother has to get an abortion?
The instance I do know is super, like, beyond low.
It's less than 1%. Less than 1%. Because you can get a cesarean section. It's a C-section where they go into a surgery and they take the baby out safely so that the mother and the woman both survive. So less than 1% of women need an abortion.
Yeah, which, I personally agree with. Actually, that just reminded me, C-sections. So, in the Bible, specifically in my church, I noticed, like, a lot of tattoos are questioned. Sorry, this is a little off topic. I'm sorry to change this a little bit.
Tattoos?
But, you know how, a lot of Christian, like, this is a debate among Christians with each other, and that is tattoos are either right or wrong. My perspective. Oh, I'm sorry. Continue.
No. You continue. You're asking a question.
Oh, sorry. My perspective is that I think tattoos are okay if they have a symbolic and good meaning. They are not idolizing something. They are not like, you get what I mean?
Yeah. I don't really have an opinion. I'm probably gonna get a tattoo or two when I'm old enough to know that this is 100% what I want on my body for the rest of my life. I think it's a very I think it almost has to be glorifying God. I know I'm gonna get some that are going to be of my country. I'm probably gonna get like an American flag or something. Like on my shoulder or forearm, like a We the People maybe. That's just to say that I don't think it's good. I don't think it's bad. I mean, obviously you're staining your skin for the rest of your life. I don't think I've seen anything that says I don't think I've seen anything in the Bible that says you shouldn't get one. However, there's nothing in the Bible that says you should. I think it's personal experience. I think it's a personal thing. And I think the church is going to. I think it's silly because there's so much more things that need to be discussed in the church. However, when it comes to tattoos and piercings, I do hope that my wife doesn't have a whole bunch of tattoos all over her body and piercings all over her body. I mean, I think it's distasteful to have too much, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, so a lot of the debate comes from, oh God, I don't remember which part. Okay, so I'm trying to remember. It talks about the other religions and other people, when they are worshiping these other gods, they are marking themselves in terms of making themselves bleed and leaving scars on them as a sacrifice to the gods, right?
Right.
Well, the Bible directly teaches against that. So a lot of Christians, at least, in my community, because we have so many Christians in this community of different denominations, even in my own denomination, the debate is does a tattoo classify as harming your body, marking it, and idolizing something?
I mean, it's an interesting discussion to be had. I think there's a difference between. Are you watching the live? Like, can I demonstrate something if you're watching the live?
I'm currently not watching the live.
Okay, so
keeps
that's fine. So I think there's a difference between taking a blade and scarring yourself toward a false idol. I think I think there's a difference. Now, if you're getting satanic messages or swastikas or stuff like that, I think that's definitely a different discussion to be had.
See, my perspective on it is like a lot of what I teach and preach about is like symbolic meanings. Okay, as long as they are not defacing you, defacing your God, like God, like not tearing yourself down and tearing, your creator down.
I mean, if
by
like,
mocking your body.
Like, it's an interesting discussion to be had because, like, obviously, if a long-term Christian goes and gets a tattoo and it's of a woman, and it's a distasteful image, I don't like. Obviously, that is and should be considered, I believe, a sexual sin. But also, say a guy who was raised in an in a racist household his entire life, who was a biker and got a big swastika on his stomach, and then turned his life to Christ, would he be in sin then because he got a swastika when that's how he was raised, rather than saying, Jesus, I repent? I think it's a two-sided conversation, to where that person's not going to be condemned because they turn their life. However, if you do that, you should get it covered up, obviously, or keep it as a reminder. But that's just my personal belief. You can, always, one thing I'm going to say is always do your own research. Never take anyone's point at face value, because I say this all the time. I could have statistics wrong. I could have my facts wrong. I could have my Bible verses wrong. I could be misquoting. So always do your own research. Yeah.
Can I bring up another topic real quick?
Yes.
So I have been recently feeling like the political landscape has gotten a lot more violent.
Charlie Kirk got assassinated.
Yeah, I was about to use that as an example. And I remember what you said earlier, that when people stop talking, what was the full quote? When people stop talking, what else was it?
Yeah, so the quote is, when people stop talking, that's when violence happens. Another good quote for you, sir, as a preacher, as a minister, as someone who does want to know and ask questions, when you're talking to people, another good Charlie Kirk quote is, the most important thing we can do is tell the truth boldly. It's my favorite quote by him. But yes, the quote you're asking about is, the most important thing we can do, is when we stop talking, violence happens. Are you there?
Am I back?
Yep. I can hear you now.
Okay. So the one thing by Joseph Joubert, I think his name was that an argument or a discussion is not for victory, but for progress.
Correct.
And see, we see this with Charlie Kirk, and we've seen this with people in the past. Whether or not it was Charlie Kirk, whether or not it was a Democrat or Republican or someone in between, we've seen this, and it's also gotten a lot worse during COVID, at least from my perspective of it.
Okay. Yeah. I don't see any disagreement there.
Yeah. So my question is, right, because Charlie Kirk, he preached, he talked, he was very civil in the aspect of he let anyone go up there and talk with him. Doesn't matter which side of the fence you were or anything like that. He wanted to know your view, your perspective on it.
Correct.
But a lot of times he was teaching to an audience, like a lot of the audience listened, but there was that small bit that just refused to listen, refused to see that. They wanted it their way or the other. Do you think that this is going to become a bigger issue as time goes on, or do you think that we will be seeing a massive shift to where people become more open-minded to discussion civilly?
That's a great question. It depends on the left. After Charlie Kirk's death, you see hundreds of thousands of people like me. And I mean, there's so many more examples than just me, but I'm here because of him. And I'm talking because he is not here to talk anymore, if that makes sense. So
yep.
there is a huge, and I'll never stop talking. Because like Charlie Kirk said, when people stop talking, that's when violence happens. So I think if I get shot and Ben Shapiro gets shot and Michael Knowles gets shot, I think we're gonna have a civil war. I think if we lose one more political ally, I think we're gonna be in the middle of a civil war. And it's not gonna be, it's gonna be blue versus red again, right? We had our first civil war. It's either gonna be a revolution or a civil war, and it's a scary thought process. But if we can't talk without the, I have hope, which I probably shouldn't have hope, that we can talk and have civil discourse, because if we can't talk, and if we're threatened to get shot every time we step out of the house because of our views, we're in a really scary place as a country.
Yeah. Hold on. Do you mind if I turn on my camera real quick?
Is it going to be appropriate?
Yeah, it's just my face. That's literally it.
Yeah, that's fine.
I just feel awkward having a talk or discussion or debate without both faces being shown.
Yeah, that's fine.
So, part of a lot of what's happening is a lot of news medias, they only show, like, some do show both perspectives, but a lot of them show one perspective, and I think that radicalizes more people into believing in one way of thinking. And this has become such an issue that we are caught between only two sides. And it's not, it's not like independents don't have a say, right? It's just the loudest, they become more out there, and a lot of news medias use that to their advantage. They push onto younger generations and younger people, and we actually see this with Charlie Kirk, with literally other, speakers who have been killed because someone is so polarized. Hold on. Oh, sorry. My girlfriend was showing me something. Was so polarized, and the way of thinking has become to the point that, sure, a select few people are willing to talk, but now well over half the USA, does a lot of stuff where they refuse to see another perspective.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's just one side either. I think it's both sides.
I can agree with you there. I think the radical right needs to stay in their lane. I've seen a lot of radical right ever since Charlie Kirk died said, "Oh, you took one of ours, we're gonna take one of yours." That's not what Charlie stood for. That's not what the right stands for. But the fact, and you were talking about like media outlets and stuff. When it comes to media outlets, there's only one right-wing media outlet I'm aware of, and that's Fox News. I can name about 12 different liberal media outlets that push a false narrative. And I'm not saying that Fox News doesn't always push a false narrative, but I am saying that there's a lot more truth that comes out of one side than the other, and a lot more biblical truth. I know you're Pentecostal, so you believe in spiritual warfare because you believe in the fruits of the Spirit. You believe in the Spirit when it comes to like
Oh.
tongues and stuff, correct?
Sorry, you like cut out for a moment.
Okay, sorry about that. So you're Pentecostal, so you believe in the fruits of the Spirit. You believe in spiritual gifts. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Fox News is going on air and proclaiming that this is now spiritual warfare, I tend to, as a Christian, go toward their side, because if they're calling spiritual warfare out, that's pretty powerful, and as Christians we need to acknowledge that, because never before in history has any media outlet ever called spiritual warfare ever. So when it comes to a false news narrative, yes, if different media outlets are going to push one thing, different media outlets are going to push another to fall in their narrative, but I tend to go toward what the Bible says, and when news outlets are calling spiritual warfare and that you need to get praying and you need to go to church, I tend to go with them. I mean, that's just me.
See, I agree with that perspective. I also have a different perspective, because I wasn't always a Christian. I didn't become a Christian. Like, I didn't go into the faith or even think about the faith till 4 years ago.
Okay, well that's exciting to hear.
Yeah, so I still have views that, I look at it from the perspective of a Christian perspective, but I also look a lot into the non-Christian perspective, right? I think that it has become a big thing that even people who deny Christianity, deny all of that, still preach about it or get involved with it and or use the Bible as a moral compass. Recently, there was one of my friends down in Missouri. For, I want to say, 4, maybe 6 years, they said that they were purely satanic, right? They came to me, they called me one day, and they go, "This is going to shit. I'm denouncing this faith. And I think that we need to actually start listening more to what the Bible says and more about what's happening and look at it from a deeper perspective." How do you feel about that?
I'm sorry, I was reading some comments. Can you just quickly go over that again?
Yeah, so I look at things from both the Christian and non-Christian perspective. The non-Christian perspective still uses Bible as a moral compass.
Yes, most Republicans, even if they're not Christians, their viewpoints are still heavily, like, say they're anti-abortion, say they're pro two genders, they're still their stance is still rooted in the Bible, even if they're not Christian.
Yeah, and recently I had a friend that was in the, oh God, what was it? Lutherist Satan. I don't remember.
He was a Satanist. Yeah, he was a Satanist. Yeah.
So he was in that for a long time. Even got it like tattooed on him. I want to say maybe a year ago, maybe 6 months ago, somewhere between that time frame, came to me. It was like, "Hey, shit is going down. This is not okay. I denounce this faith. I think the Bible is a good moral compass. I need help to use it more as a moral compass. And all I'm seeing is nothing but violence, and that's not okay. That should not be human nature. That is not what anything is supposed to be." What do you feel about that and on what my friend said on that?
Well, I think your friend needs to find a good, strong, spirit-led church. I think it's awesome that he's come to, or how long ago was that? Like a month, a few weeks ago, a few months ago, a few days ago?
This call, I want to say, was about a year ago, but didn't start taking action between a year to 6 months.
Okay, so
6 months to a year.
Does he have a church?
Huh?
Does he have a church?
Not that I'm too aware of, but I also don't know the layout of where that person lives too well. But I'm pretty sure there was a church around there.
Okay, so for your friend, he needs. Again, if you're a Satanist, yes, a lot of thing what that I've seen with former Satanists was like, and these are just things I've seen from former Satanists, and it's this whole thing of like, oh, God's not gonna take me, so he needs to find a good spirit-led church, even if it's an online campus. He needs to get baptized by water. I think it's great that he's interested in joining the church. I think, I think he can, maybe even preach the gospel to some of those other guys that he was at his former religion. I'm sure they had meetings and gatherings, and he can be the light. I hope I answered your question a little bit. If I didn't answer your question, try to rephrase it a little bit. Was I able to answer that a little bit?
Yeah. Yes, you were.
Okay.
Do you by chance have any questions or any things that you'd particularly like to talk about? Because I don't like just being the only one asking. Or
no. In fact, we're probably gonna have to move on here shortly. Where are you from? Are you in Texas or? I mean, you said howdy, so you're from the West, right?
No, I'm actually from Iowa.
Okay. So that still ends with howdy. Sorry. Yeah. So I think that's all. I'm gonna let you go. I want you to have an amazing day. Thank you so much for jumping on the call. I encourage you to. I encourage you to, just evangelize to him as much as possible. If you, supported Charlie Kirk, if you watched him, I forgot if you said you did some, I would ask you to, if you have the means to go support his family because if you have the means to go support his family because he deserves it and he is a true American hero. It's been a pleasure talking to you. I'll see you later if you want to join on a call later.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Hey, you have a good night, all right?
You have a good night too. Okay. Yep. There we go. Okay. Wow. Long night. We've been on for 3 hours and 9 minutes now. Wow, look at that chat. That chat's crazy. I think it might just be catching me up to speed, but that's crazy if that's true. Yeah, it's just catching me up to speed. New caller? I don't have a new caller. No new caller. Well, we had some really good conversation, guys. I really like that conversation. Josh, do you support Thailand? Josh B, if you're coming from Thailand, I don't know where that question's coming from. I suppose so. I mean, I don't not support a country, except for Palestine or Gaza, or Russia or Ukraine. I don't support any of them. I guess there are countries I don't support, but I don't not support Thailand. I love Charlie. I love Charlie too, brother. C Cloud or whatever your name is. I love Charlie too. He was my true hero and inspiration, and I think he was an inspiration to a lot of us. Truly, a lot of us. I stand strong for Thailand. Isn't like China trying to invade Thailand because they have all the chips, or is that Japan? I forget. Hey, Todd, are you going to be nice now? Todd, you were being pretty ugly earlier, brother. Catch up to speed for Thailand? Okay, I will. Yeah, I'll get caught up to speed tomorrow. Is Todd really being nice now? Look at that. Look at that. I'm surprised I haven't, I am surprised. What is your city? Don't give him your city. Do not give Todd your city. Don't do that. Okay, guys, y'all can jump on the live. Link is in the description. If you want to debate if Charlie Kirk was a hero. Who's this guy saying, kiddo, stop lying about how much money you make? Who's lying? I mean, Tom was saying he has $1.2 million. On what you believe. Well, the debate is about, the debates are supposed to be out about Charlie Kirk was an American hero. So if you want to jump on the debate, if you don't agree with that. Since when is Todd being nice? Really? Interesting. I am surprised. What is your city? Don't give him your city. Do not give what you believe. Well, the debate is about. I am not muted, guys. Yo, I want to debate you for real. Jump in the live. Jump in the live. Yeah, there's gonna be echo for a second because my phone's playing. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, jump in the StreamYard. Link is in the description. You can debate me. I'm chill, bro. Bro, you were just slandering. You were just slandering me like an hour and a half ago. Bro, you're such a Todd is such a troll. Oh my goodness. No shot. Did it really? That's crazy if it went up that high. That's crazy. Yeah, he was an American hero, 100%. Glad to see you again tonight, young man. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate you. While I have y'all in the chat, everyone who is supporting Charlie Kirk, I have some people asked me to make some merch. 100% of the proceeds. 100% of the proceeds go to Charlie Kirk's family, and you can get this at AmericansUnfiltered.com, or the link is in the description, or the link is in the top community post on my channel. Y'all can go there right now, and y'all can support him and his family, or you can go to TPUSA and support him. They need as much support as possible. Todd, I never said you were a bad person. I just said that you were saying some pretty nasty stuff about me. Anyone can join the debate right now. It's in. I'll take 2 more debates before we end tonight. 2 more debates. I never said you were a bad person, Todd. Charlie Kirk was an American hero. Prove me wrong. Charlie Kirk was a hero. He of young voters to the correct beliefs. You 100% right. What did I miss? We've been debating on abortion, Charlie Kirk being an American hero, if college is a scam. We've been debating all that. So, sorry, I know I'm moving a lot. Is there a line to debate? Because I don't see it. No, there's not a line. You can join the debate. The link's in the description. I'm not a troll though. I just came in a little rough at the start. Well, are you gonna be nice from now on, brother? Because you were being pretty awful earlier. I wanted a short where I watched a short where at least 10 people who were I don't know if y'all knew this. Church attendances are up by 50%. 50%. That's amazing. There's no debate about Charlie being a hero. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm British, and Charlie, hero. Yeah, Charlie was an amazing man. That's for sure. Charlie was a force to be reckoned with. Waffle House, Granny Witch, get in the live if you don't think he was a hero. Prove me wrong. Charlie was killed for being too right. You're right. He was too correct. He was correct about most things he talked about. Everybody subscribe because we're going to have some more designs that are going to be dropping pretty shortly. Right now, these are the merch that we have. We're going to get some more. I know it was highly asked for and sought after. All proceeds go to the family of Charlie Kirk or TPUSA. We're going to write them a fairly large check at the end of the month. So go support him. Link is in the description. The link is also in the top community post, or you can go to AmericansUnfiltered.com. Thanks for the rehash. No problem. What makes him a hero in your opinion? William Ford. What makes him a hero in my opinion? The fact that he fought for our freedoms. He fought for Christian values. He fought for American values. He fought for babies to have a life. He got Donald Trump in the office, the best presidency yet to come. We didn't get that socialist Democrat in the office, and that's just a little bit of what makes him a hero. The majority of your colors have been good. Thank you. Did y'all see that one where he oh my god. And this is the problem with liberals. This is what they do. I had one guy come to live. In fact, it's probably gonna get my video taken down. And he said this. He said, do you believe that Charlie Kirk is a faggot and his daughter deserves to get raped? And then he turned his camera around and he showed a video of, I believe, horse or dog genitalia or something. It was disgusting. It was the worst. Oh my gosh. But that's what they do. They can't debate you, so they resort to name calling, violence, and that disgusting behavior. Sorry to bounce out so short, but stay firm in the truth and trust only God. Yes, sir, Scott. Have a great night. Make sure to subscribe. Do you think you can work it out right now? Do I have someone in here? I don't think so. No one else is in the live. No one else is in the live right now. Did this actually happen? Yeah, it actually happened, Bobby. Bobby, I saw all your remarks about that kid I had on earlier, and like you were being so rude. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How are you deciding who gets to come on and debate you? I would have loved to come on and give him my perspective. Oh yeah, you can come on. I don't mind. Yeah, you can come on and give your perspective. I'm just letting anyone on right now, which I'm probably gonna have to find out a better way to do that. Philly, the Jew from Philly, said Trump 2028. No. JD Vance 2028, brother. Bobby is a good guy. What? Also, my son is going to have. My son. My son is going to have surgery this weekend. He's going under general anesthesia, and it has a lot of risks. Please keep him in your prayers. Did you catch that? I will be praying for you and your son. Yes. I was being rude by calling out your lies. I'm not. No, what you were saying to that kid and what lies? Tell me why I said that was a lie. Seriously. Come on. No, it didn't. And it was just like when you're making fun of his speech impediment. That's not calling out lies. That's just being rude, brother. Consider getting a job and. Whoopsie daisy. I have a job. In fact, I own 2 successful companies. I'm a part owner of one, and I own another. So how about you decide to get a job? Also, I'm bulking, which is why I've ate a butt ton of protein while I'm here. I had a 42 gram protein shake at the beginning of this, and I just had 23 gram protein energy bar. Bulking. So I exercise, and I exercise a lot. How, if you're using StreamYard, can you please post the link or pin it in the comments? Oh, did you catch that? It's in the description. It's in the description of the video. And the description of the video. Who said anything about speech impediment? Now you're lying, dude. Brother, I'm lying. You know I can go back up here, right? Like, you know I can find it. Let's see here. Like, I can find where you said this. Don't call me a liar, because I'll prove you wrong every time. I'm looking for it, Bobby. If it wasn't you, then it was someone else with a green profile picture. It actually might not have been you. It was someone else with a green profile picture if it wasn't you. Oh, actually, I can't go all the way up. Then, if it wasn't you, then I apologize. It must have been someone else. It must have been someone else with a green profile picture. So then I apologize, Bobby. I can't access it that way. You have to. Okay, that's fine. I'll post a link. I don't mind. Here we go. Again, Bobby, I apologize. I apologize if you didn't do that. Someone else with a green profile picture must have. Bro, Todd, you're kind of funny, not gonna lie. Yeah, so you can get the link. There you are. You're actually in here. Okay. You are added to the stage, and you are on. How's it going? Hello?
Hold on a second, buddy. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I echoing?
No, you're okay.
Okay, it won't let me use my Bluetooth. I'm sorry.
No, you're
I don't know
okay.
what's going on?
You're okay.
But yeah, no, I was listening to your chat earlier, honestly, that was a great conversation. It was informative and it wasn't like hateful or anything like that, but yeah, there was some people in the comments saying some crazy stuff.
What were they saying? I wasn't looking at the comments.
Oh. I mean, they were basically saying left-wing propaganda, basically, like, oh, well, if the baby's not alive, they don't matter. And I'm like, oh, Lord, let me not get canceled again this week. Like, I've already...
Oh yeah, because you got banned like yesterday, right?
I did, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, I got shut up for 24 hours for talking.
That's crazy.
Like, I tried to comment on your channel, and yeah, no, they wouldn't let me do it.
Really? That's so interesting.
No, it's really not. This is common. I deal with this all the time, so yeah.
I don't think they've been, really. Oh, because you do the predator catching stuff, right?
No. Okay, so yes, that has happened because of the predator catching stuff. But recently, I've not been doing that. Like, I've left that alone. Like, in my heart, I found a different cause. I've not been really messing with that. And I'm still getting canceled.
Interesting. That's interesting.
It's so ridiculous. Like, I'll say something like, I'm not even...
Just something, yeah, just something that doesn't align with their
something
propaganda.
So ridiculous, okay, what I said is a heartbeat is life on Mars, but not on Earth.
Oh yeah. Tom McDonald said that too, right?
Oh, that's why I said it.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It's a great point.
I got shut down for that.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's a great point though. That the fact that what is it like bacteria on Mars is considered life, but not a heartbeat in a womb.
Yeah, bacteria is life on Mars, but a heartbeat isn't life on Earth. I got shut down for a week because I repeated that.
That's crazy. No,
yeah.
And that's the problem with cancer culture. And then they look at Jimmy Fallon and they say, "Oh, but you cancel our guys, but we don't cancel." Then their own freaking networks do.
You mean Jimmy Kimmel?
Kimmel, yeah, not Fallon. Sorry, there's too many Jimmys.
I know, there's so many. You mean Jimmy Kimmel?
I do mean Jimmy Kimmel, yeah.
Yeah. And honestly, like, I don't want to get you in trouble, so I'm just going to shut up.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
It's just like they're crying because they're losing their jobs. The irony of the situation is
yeah,
they're making fun of a man who lost his life.
Yeah, you try to you celebrate a man getting murdered and then you cry when you lose your job.
Right.
It's crazy.
Then you're crying about I have my First Amendment. What about his? He's dead.
And he got killed over it. Yeah.
Right.
Is there anyone in particular in the comments that you wanna? Is there anyone in the comments that you want to particularly call out for what they were saying?
I've been here for so long, and there's been just so many ridiculous comments.
There has been. There's been over 8,728.
Oh my gosh, I know. How many do you have in chat right now?
In chat, we have, I think 9.
You've been making people mad tonight. I'll give you that.
I have, yeah. Well, that's what happens when you tell the truth.
You had quite a bit of people. I was arguing away in there.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you tell the truth.
Yeah, I know. And the thing is like they use like these fake names and personas and
Yeah, like
tags.
most toast. Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, if you like, we're literally on here showing our faces, speaking what we believe. You think you're so righteous? Show your face. Say your name. They
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah. And like I was telling Todd earlier, Todd was saying, "Oh, boo-hoo, no one wants to join your live," and I was telling him on my live, and he was like, "No, I don't care enough." And I was like, "Well, you care enough to be in my comments for a half hour, you know?"
Yeah, right? Like, bro, go get a job. We can use the tax money.
Yeah. I mean,
It's ridiculous.
is there anything in particular you want to talk about or tell them?
So, well, I mean, specifically tonight, I was listening to like your conversation about abortion, and the person that you were debating, they seemed quite reasonable. They weren't being rude or anything.
The college student?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, he seemed like a decent guy.
Necessarily being unreasonable. Yeah, no, that was a great conversation. I'm so glad you were able to have like an open discussion with him.
Yeah.
But the one thing that I did want to say about that is I'm speaking from my own personal experience. You know, he was like, he made this comment about 24 weeks, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, but he said 24 weeks.
He said 20 to 24, yeah.
That's dang near the third trimester, right?
Yeah, I mean, I as a Christian, we believe, you know, it starts at conception. You know, the sperm meets the egg, and that's when life begins. That's what I believe as a Christian.
So, yeah, I get that. So here's the thing. I'm gonna be completely honest and transparent with you, even though it might make me look bad right now.
You're good.
But I'll be honest. So, I as like in my early 20s and stuff, I used to study the Bible to like make fun of the Lord.
Interesting.
I was a militant atheist, and I would literally study the Bible to like try to win arguments. Funny how that backfired on me, right?
Yeah, because you're a Christian now, right? Die hard.
I am, yes.
And you know that's what happens. That's what happens. And you wouldn't believe how many stories there are just like that, you know. And it's an amazing story.
I've heard so even while I was that militant atheist, I would hear those stories and I would laugh at them like, haha, you're so stupid. Now here I am today. And even though I've studied the Bible, I feel like I need to go back through the Bible and like reread it through a different perspective. So when this guy's talking about like abortion, I'm thinking about my own personal experiences, and you know, I understand some of what he was saying, but Lord,
I can.
Like you can't.
The thing with
you can't kill a baby at 24 weeks. Like no.
The thing with me is that I understand where they're coming from, but it coming from you kind of have to come doing these live shows and stuff. You kind of have to come from both a biblical and a worldly perspective, because if you just come from one, the other one's not going to relate. But
you want to hear my personal experience?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So, I had cancer. My cervix was removed. I got pregnant after I had cancer. And the doctors basically told me it's one or the other. Either you're going to survive or the baby, or neither. I feel like I got tricked. Because after I had my abortion, because they told me, like, I already have a son, mind you, and they're like, oh, well, if you have the abortion, like one of you will live. I felt like I was so pressured into it by the medical industry. I felt like I was tricked, you know. And after, like, I found out, like, I had other options. They're like, yeah, no, you can get this harness that'll help you. You can do this, you can do that. I'm like, they told me I would die if I didn't have the abortion.
Yeah,
Are you
and that's
serious?
why. Did you? I'm
I
gonna.
was mortified.
That's why. That's why I have a very similar stance as Charlie Kirk, and that's the abortionists need to get murdered because they lie. That's what they do. They lie to these women. They don't give them the ultrasound, or they lie for their. They lie about their options.
God, the doctors lied to me. They lied to me. I was mortified, and honestly, I think like that happening, like that was like. I switched parties. I started reevaluating my morals and my stances. I'm like, they all lie. I need to just start over. I need to reevaluate everything.
Yeah.
So like
I
understand, like there are situations where women like they do need that help medically. They're gonna die if they don't have it. I get that, you know.
The problem with that, and the problem with that is that that's less than half a percent.
The industry will lie for money.
Yeah. They how much do they profit off of abortion? Let's see. How much does the hospital profit off of an abortion? Let's see here. Sorry, continue.
They made me pay $350.
Wow, and I mean, like, with how many abortions happen a year, that's a lot of money. That's over $400 million.
Mm-hmm. And they'll lie to women and tell them, "Oh, you have to have, so you're gonna die." I swear to God, like if I would have known that was like a real issue, like doctors will just straight lie to you, I would have went for a second opinion. Like I didn't want to not have my baby. I would have loved to have my baby. Like,
yeah,
they're evil, man.
Yeah. It's terrible. If you want to know how much they profit off an abortion each year, 2024 they profited $1.29 billion in revenue. In profit. So that's not grossing, that's profit.
It's disgusting.
It is. It is.
Disgusting.
Hey,
I wish I could see the chat right now.
Oh, you can. They're listening.
I just can't see it. I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, it's terrible. Also, we are working...
Yeah, I was listening to that. I'm sorry. Go
No,
on.
no. You go on. You're fine.
I was just listening to that conversation. It's like, but you don't understand. Like, doctors will straight up lie to women for money.
Yeah. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I mean, again, $1.29 billion is a lot of money, but then they also, and that's why I believe the abortionists are the ones who need to go to go to jail, not the women. And I just want to let you know that we are working, the Unfiltered team is working on getting you, your son that shirt made.
Aww.
I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
He's working on it. It should be done in a few days, and we'll get that made and sent out to you.
Well, I haven't paid for it yet.
That's fine. I mean, the design's not done. So when the design's
right, how do I go about paying for it?
When the design's done, it'll be on americansunfiltered.com and americansunfiltered.com, and I'll also link it in the community post so that you can get it.
Yeah, like his school is just like I live in a red state, but my state is blue. I'll just leave it at that. I'm in Ohio, right? So it's
Okay.
a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll get that made. When's his school picture day?
Oh, it's October 1st.
October 1st. Okay. We'll get that made fast then. Okay. And we'll do priority shipping.
Okay.
So
We'll talk about that later.
Is priority shipping not okay? That's just to get it to you ASAP.
We'll talk about that later. It's
Okay.
just the cost. If I'm being completely honest,
We'll cover
it's
shipping.
already gonna be like that. No. Don't be rude.
No. That's no.
It's like I have a heads up. Because I would absolutely like to support your cause. Just give me a heads up.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Do we have another caller?
Yeah, I'm not bad.
I'm from Texas, so that's what we do. Listen, I have 2 more callers in the chat, so I'm gonna let you go. Thank you. Yes. Thank you so much for being on here.
Alright, well, I hope your stream goes good tonight. And
Yes, ma'am.
safe, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Stop calling me ma'am.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye. Okay. Blake Blake looks interesting. I'm wondering if he's a professor or something. So Blake, we're gonna have you on next, or actually, let's see here. Well, Blake, we'll get to you in a second. Hey there. How's it going?
What's up, man? Texas strong here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Before I put you on the live, are you gonna be respectful and
100%, man.
Awesome, great. Then we'll put you on.
Don't stand the disrespect.
That's great to hear. I just can't have any genitalia or anything on like we've had in the past.
You're good.
Great.
No, you're good, man. You're good.
How's it going?
Man, it is going good. It is 9 o'clock. Got the daughter finally into bed and just trying to wrap up the night before I go to bed and get back to work myself tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
So.
Yes, sir. Yeah. It is 9 o'clock down here. I forgot. Florida is an hour later.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's crazy, man. Time has been flying. This week has been going fast and slow at the same time. I'll tell you what. But,
yes, sir.
You know, we just working. That's what we do.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've been watching your live feed, man, and you know, listening to what she said, the lady that was just on here, and what she had to go through, and with the abortion and everything, and it's a tragedy. I was in the same boat when I was 18 years old. My ex, we were both so excited that we got pregnant, and then, you know, about a month and a half later, she said she had an abortion. And I'll never understand it. I'll never get it. God's creation just taken away, just like that. And even like Charlie Kirk said, we're not going to fight evil with evil. You know. And I think one of the greatest things I learned from Charlie Kirk is how to respect others, even if we have different, you know, opinions, different views. You know, when we stop talking is when violence happens. You know, we always got to talk about this stuff. Everything. It's the most important thing to do, especially even between marriages, right? When you're in a marriage.
Yeah, if there's no communication, then it's not going to work. Exactly.
And you know, I got a sister. She's gay. My brother-in-law, he's gay. I love them to death. You know, they're great people. You know, And the fact of the matter is that, you know, now that I have a 3-year-old daughter, you know, and I'll explain this really quick on the whole abortion thing. You know, my ex, she was 18. It's been 13 years, and she became an alcoholic. She became suicidal. Her life was a complete mess, and all because she has still not given up the fact that she did such a horrible act. And I get that there's, you know, some areas where we understand certain things. You know, abortion is a horrible thing, and even for like that lady, she said that the doctor sat there and told her, you know, it's either you or the child. How horrible is that?
Yeah, it's terrible
to make a mother choose that,
and not only choose it, but then make them pay up. Yeah,
right. And then later on, here she is, she'll hear, and she has to deal with that consequence while that doctor is doing what now?
Making millions.
Making millions.
Yeah,
and it's horrible.
Exactly.
But again, we look at Charlie Kirk, man. Charlie Kirk was the pinnacle of our generation. That man was so gifted and talented by the grace of God.
Yeah.
And they decided to take him out because they couldn't handle it.
And
you know, Charlie Kirk gets killed.
You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, there. Okay, I got you again. Yeah, and what it, man, what it is the fact that, and I've called it out many times, even tonight, is that they can't. Some of them can debate, right? But most of them don't know why they are what they are or what purpose they have. So what they do is they threaten you, they call you names, they lie on your name. They do all this because they can't have a civil conversation with you. I've had one person on who could have a civil conversation tonight. One liberal who could have a civil conversation tonight. And it was, it still like wasn't like, it was an okay conversation, but like when they can't beat someone, they kill them. That's just what happens. Yeah. So you're from Texas?
Well, I think Charlie Kirk. Yes, sir. I'm definitely born and raised here in Texas.
I can kind of hear that. What part of Texas are you from?
I'm from Fort Worth. I grew up in East Texas in a town called Gilmer.
Okay.
And currently I live in Saginaw, which
okay,
kind
yeah.
of funny when you hear people say you're from Sag Nasty, and it's like I guess I've never heard that before, but all right, cool. Whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I when I'm in Florida about once. I'm in Texas. I'm in Texas about once a month. I'm in about the Dallas-Fort Worth area, closer. I don't know if you know where like Cleburne or Burleson is, but closer to that area.
Oh yes, 100% do.
Yes,
oh,
sir.
Yeah, I definitely know where they are.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we do motorcycle rides out there every so often. You know, we love it.
Oh, I bet Cleburne is great for motorcycle rides.
Yeah. You know, I actually personally love 121 over near Frisco.
Okay.
That's my favorite place to ride. You know, usually a little bit less cops, so you just get to enjoy your ride, not have to worry about getting approached and whatnot.
I've gone. Listen, I've gone. I might be incriminating myself right now. I've gone about 115 on a I-35, and I've never got pulled over.
You see, I'd have to beat you there, man, and it's not even you know who's better. I actually got in trouble, not by the police, but by my wife, because we have a Life 360, and you can monitor each other's speed. And she, you know, I get home, and she was like, "You were doing 180 miles an hour."
180?
Like, oh wow. Yeah, it's, you know, and I was just like trying to deny it, and then I realized we had the app. I'm like, so you can see my speed. Cool, sweet, awesome, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
But you know.
Well, you know, I was also going, you know, 115 in a beat up Toyota Camry. So, I mean.
Hey, I applaud you. That's awesome. But you know, it's actually kind of funny, man. You know, Charlie Kirk could actually explain the difference between a leftist and a liberal. You know, liberals are more willing to debate and keep more of a calmness, where the left is more radicalized, and they don't care. They claim what they want, but they truly want is dictatorship.
Yeah.
You don't agree with what I believe in or what I feel or what I think, so screw you. And it's just like, but you missed the whole point of us. I don't care, right? Whatever you do behind closed doors, I don't care. Whatever you do in your life, I don't care. Because
and not coming from a Christian perspective, I agree with you, right? Obviously, I don't know if you're a Christian. I don't know what religion you are, if you have one.
100% God, man.
Okay, so not coming from a Christian perspective, I agree. And like I told the lady, did you catch that was on here?
I did a little bit, yeah.
And then, like I told her, we kind of have to come, like Christians have to come at it at both perspectives. Because if we don't, well, we're not dignifying God, and if we only come at from religion, then we're not speaking to the people that we need to be speaking to, and evangelizing to the people that we need to be evangelizing to. So.
No, 100%, because I do know that, one of the biggest things I learned was actually by my stepdad. He said, son, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. Now, if we look at religion, right, with God and us being Christians, our goal is to preach the gospel, but we're not trying to force anyone. But see, when we talk about it, we plant that seed, and now
in
it's
their
up to
hearts.
that person to water that seed. Exactly. And if they would only take the time to water it, and the other thing is I've had a few times where I've told people this. It's like, listen, the disciples of Jesus Christ, they died a painful death. And do you honestly think that they would have done that over a lie or a truth?
Yeah.
Let's be real. I'm not.
And it's and you can't deny it because it's in Roman history. It's factual. It's in Roman history that they died a terrible death. So you can't even say it's factually inaccurate because it's Roman history. I mean, you just can't.
Right.
You can't say, oh, they lied about that one thing. You see what I'm saying?
Right. And again, for me, it's like, man, I've never had any issue bringing up God in any conversation with anyone. And again, my thing has been, I've told people, listen, whatever path you choose to go down is the path you want to choose. I'm not going to force you into Christianity. I'm not going to force you into the Republican side. You're going to make the choices that you're going to make. And you know what? The only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to respect that, because that's what my thoughts and my feelings are. I'm not going to disrespect you by telling you what you have to do. That's not right. That there's no freedom in that.
Exactly, and that's the great thing. That's the great thing about the United States of America is that we have that freedom, unlike a lot of other countries where they force one religion, and that religion is, if you're not that religion, then, well, they'll kill you, they'll persecute you.
Right.
Is there anything tonight that you've disagreed about?
Honestly, man, I can't say that there is. I figured I'd come on here, share my 2 cents, and just let people know, like, hey, we are American, and we have to band together and love each other, respect each other, and we got to do better, because America's falling apart, and it's tragic. It's sad how bad things have gotten.
It is.
And we need to stop giving a crap about, race and religion and sexual orientation. Love each other. Love thy neighbor. Jesus loves us all, right? That's all there is to it. And if Jesus loves us all, then why can't we love everyone ourselves? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. And sorry, I'm reading some comments. Yeah, and I think I have a few other callers to get to. I'll be praying.
Good,
I'll be praying for you said your brother and your sister are gay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be praying for them.
Yes, they are.
Just know that they're in my
prayers.
prayers.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Definitely. Hey, man, thank you for taking my call, and I hope you stay blessed, and I hope you have a good rest of your night, all right, man?
Yes, sir, you too.
All right, buddy.
Okay, bye. Okay, guys, I think we have a few more people that are wanting to join. I know Blake is wanting to join. Blake, I'm going to get to you in 1 second. I believe you look kind of like a college professor. You might be one. I don't know. Todd, I wanted to shout you out and say you are funny, man. I've been looking at some of the stuff you had to say. I'm gonna give it to you. You're funny. Um, I'm not. I started laughing a lot when you said, "Bro, I'm jealous of your number one stat." I also really laughed when you said, "Hey, give me credit. I've been in here for like 2.5 hours." So that was really funny, brother. That was really funny. Okay, Blake, we'll move you in. We'll move you in. Hey, Blake, can you hear me?
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How
Hear
are
me?
you? Yes. I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good tonight. Before I get into anything, I would like to ask you, just to make sure this is in complete good faith, I would like to know your age.
Yeah, I'm 17.
Okay, I see. Just to have good faith, I'm going to respectfully leave.
May I ask why?
I think you being 17, I think it's just, I think you're impressionable.
I am willing to debate anyone, and I might be 17, but I also am a part owner of a very successful business, and I also own a very successful business, and I have my own mind. In fact, my parents don't hold near the viewpoints I do. So if you would continue on your thought process, I would be happy to have a reasonable conversation with you.
Okay, I respect that. Well, I guess the first thing I want to kind of test your logic on was abortion viewpoints that you have.
Hold on 1 second, Blake. May I ask your age?
Mine?
Yes, sir.
I am 26.
Okay. You can continue.
Okay. Where was I?
Abortion.
Abortion, yeah. So I want to test your logic. I want to ask you a question first, and that is simply why. Why are you against abortions entirely? And then I would like to ask you why you're against abortions within 26 weeks.
Okay. Do you want me to answer biblically or not biblically?
You're breaking up there. Say it one more time.
Yeah. So do you want me to come from a biblical perspective or a non-biblical perspective? Because I'm a Christian, so I can speak biblically, but I can also defend it.
I would like the most morally or ethical logic that you could give me.
Okay, so personally, for me, my God says life starts at conception. That is something I take very seriously, and if you and all littered throughout my Bible, which is the Christian Bible. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Excuse me. There are tons of examples pointing to us not supposed to be having abortion as Christians. Now, hold on. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Now, if you ask me, not coming from a biblical perspective, it's because I think that something, say, if you want to call it a couple of cells, if you want to call it a living organism, if you want to call it a fetus, whatever you want to call it, it is going to have human experiences. It's going to have and make memories. It's going to have a life of its own. It's not the mother's DNA. It's not the father's DNA. It's a beautiful mix of the two. I think life is a beautiful thing. I think I'm not just going to blame women. I think when men and women play around and have sex, and they should meet the consequences. And if they can't, if they are in a situation where they have too little money, etc., or it's dangerous, then there are 2.5 million families looking to adopt. So that is my perspective.
Okay. So I'm going to first agree with you that I do agree that life starts at conception. That is very true. But I would say the moral argument isn't if to argue for that life, right? Because socially, right, when someone goes brain dead, they're technically still alive, right?
Hold on one
So-
second. Do you have a religion? Are you Christian, Mormon, any religion?
Could I ask the relevance?
Yeah, just where your perspective is coming from. You don't have to share if you don't want to.
Well,
it just helps me.
so
It helps me understand your perspective so that we can have a more clear conversation.
okay, fair enough. I'll give you that. I'll give you some tools. I would say I am agnostic at best. I believe in moral and ethical ideals based on just human decency. That's kind of my viewpoint. And cause the least amount of harm. That's also my viewpoint, right? What causes the least amount of harm? So, kind of going back to what I said earlier, why do we not just simply? Why do we let brain dead people, for example? Why do we let them die, even though technically they're alive?
So that's an interesting question. I believe I've heard that a conversation like that before. And my rebuttal to that would be: are they going to have a future experiences, future memories, future capabilities to live and do things as an entity, as a person, as a human?
So they would be brain dead.
They're brain dead, so their brain doesn't work. So no. So I think that's where the difference lies, and I think that's why.
But
they're
alive.
But they're not alive. That's the thing. They're brain dead. They have no consciousness.
They're very much so alive. They have a heartbeat. They are alive.
Their heart.
They don't have sentience.
Their heart is beating and working and pumping their blood through their body. They're brain dead. At that point they're not alive. I mean just because their heart, the person's not alive. Just because their body is not even working as it used to, because they're brain dead, right? They haven't had enough oxygen to their brain or whatever reason. So that's what I think about that argument. And if you want to rebuttal, then I mean go ahead. But that's my personal.
Yeah. The reason why I brought that up was because you're kind of helping me prove my point, which is we value sentience.
Oh, and
we don't necessarily.
Also, there have been many cases to where someone was claimed to be brain dead, yet they woke up hours to days later. So
there's been sure of course. There's also been cases where people has rod shot through their heads and then they've been able to
Fair enough.
still be alive. But regardless, like in a medical practice, right, when someone's declared brain dead and they take them off life support, right, they die. But the reason why we don't value that is because the sentience isn't there. And if life is what your primarily is your concerns, then you should be against roads that takes away trees, other forms of plant life, right? Because those are technically things that are alive, but they're not sentient. So that's why I believe in you can have an abortion, of course, consensually between two people primarily is ideal. But you can have it within 26 weeks because that fetus is not sentient.
Okay, so here's what I'm gonna say.
Why would I care? Why would I care for a corpse essentially that isn't sentient?
So I get where you're coming from, and I don't think we're gonna agree. You seem to have at least looked into this topic, so I don't think we're gonna come to an agreement. However, I am going to respond out of good faith. I think bringing up the difference between an entity that has a future and an entity that doesn't have a future is a drastic difference, and shouldn't even be. Excuse me if this is rude, but I don't think that needs to be taken seriously, just based on the fact that a brain dead person will not have, say they're completely brain dead, they'll never wake up again, they will never have a future experience, they will never have, they won't live, they won't like be breathing, they won't be making new experiences and memories, they won't have the ability to love or feel, they don't have those abilities even in the future. So why would you take that away from an entity that does have the ability to maybe have those experiences, be able to make memories, be able to fall in love, be able to just make memories and walk and talk? Why do you think that we have the right to take that life away? Just based on the fact that a woman, or man and woman, again, I don't want to just blame the woman because there's two parties involved, but just because they don't want the responsibility of a child, I honestly think it's selfish and dumb, and at best that's what I think.
So what you're pretty much saying, I'm gonna just kind of sum it up, is you're saying why take the potential of life, right? But if I gave a 4-year-old a beer, that child would have a potential to be an alcoholic. That doesn't mean it will, right? Matter of fact, there's whole subgroups of people, I disagree with these people, of course, that believe they push for, strong preparations to even have children in general, because they feel like it will cause nothing for them but harm, right? So I would say, again, why would I care for the potential when it's just simply throwing at a glass window, so to speak,
Blake,
of like what could potentially happen, like
that's like that. Okay,
I could
here,
also
here.
say,
I'm gonna.
okay. Finish my point.
Okay.
Finish my point real quick.
Okay. I'll respect that.
I can also say, right? You were saying like they have a potential to have a good life. That's true. They could also have a potential to have a bad life. So I would argue, what does potential matter?
It doesn't matter.
I would say just.
Sorry, I apologize. I'm interrupting you. Continue.
I would just say overall, what the ethical thing to do and what would matter would be the people that already do have that sentience and whose a direct experience it will hurt. Either that be the mother or the father or whoever the parties may be.
Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say. That's like, I don't even know what to relate that to. Oh my lord, I'm sorry. I'm tired. I've been doing this for a long time, but I'm going to answer. I think it's a really ignorant thing to say, especially when you're talking about life. You're not talking about a tree. You're not talking about a slab of steel. You're talking about a human that has a soul, it has a mind, it will have experiences if you continue to kindle the baby, feed it the right nutrients. However, you had a remark, what if they grew up in a bad situation? Why not? Do you know how many wealthy, and not just wealthy, just successful people have grown up in bad situations, yet they have made the good of it? Like so many individuals, millions, have gone from rags to riches, and not even riches, just gone from the streets to having a nice home and a nice family. So just because they might have the future of not having a good home growing up doesn't mean they won't have a good future, period. Also, again, I'm going to relate that back to, why does the mother, let's say the father's out of the picture, which he is most of the time when it comes to abortions, why would the mother have the ability to say, no, I don't want this thing, I was irresponsible, and now I don't want to keep up with the consequences? Why should she be able to kill that precious baby even when it's not her DNA? Blake, I respect you. However, I have a really hard time. I, I I respect your point of view. I have a really hard time respecting people who call for the the murder of innocent children, and it breaks my heart.
So a few things, two things, well, three things actually. You're referring to the fetus as children and babies, which they're not yet, because that definitionally means they have been born. Um, those are just kind of like whistleblower terms, right? To kind of like hit to people's empathies. I also don't support the murder of children. Thank God it's not a baby or a child.
It will be a child.
Not yet, anyways.
It will.
Again,
Do you
and
have
that's a
do you have
third
the
thing.
authority?
Hang on, hang on.
No.
Hang on,
Let me
hang
say
on.
this one
That-
thing.
that-
Let me say this one thing.
I would like to finish what I was saying earlier. Third thing is what you did was also called a circular argument, meaning I said I proposed the question of what we do is value sentience rather than life. You have conceded that point because of the some that is brain dead, right? So again, I would oppose it and say we just value sentience and not actual, or at least not any life that doesn't.
Why don't you value
and even
something
the
that will
potential,
have
as far as
sentience?
the rags to riches thing that you said as well, the whole rags to riches example you had, yeah, there's a lot more that hasn't had that either. Like,
But
what about
why
all
not-
the veterans that have PTSD on the streets and are homeless?
Well,
there's a
that's
lot more of those than there are millionaires.
But why not give them the opportunity? If I have a question, and it's not about abortion. It's what you just said. It's about, yeah. There's a whole lot more poor people, effectively, people on the streets, than there are billionaires or millionaires. And I'm gonna comment on that real fast. Should cops go in and arrest all the people in the hood, all the people in the ghetto? Should they go ahead and arrest all the people who smoke weed and all of the people who drink just because they have the ability to maybe become gangsters, gangbangers, just because they have the ability to become drug addicts and sell drugs, just because they have the ability to become alcoholics and beat women? Should cops go ahead and arrest all those people?
Well, no, but that's
because they have the ability to shift, they have the ability to change, they have the ability to make their own experiences, not just take what they're given. Now, that wasn't about abortion. That was about something you said that I think is personally very arrogant. I did not grow up in a wealthy home, yet I made the best of it. Yet I have mentors that are gajillionaires. I have two successful businesses. I did not grow up in a wealthy family at all. My dad was a pastor. It still is. He makes $1,000 a month. So that whole ideology of most of them don't do that might be, but why not just give them that ability? Now, I want to talk about babies again. I don't. Sorry, I'm gonna let you respond to what I just said, because I need to gather my thoughts.
Yeah, so I would like to say also, like, I also did not have a great upbringing. I'm still in a very particular. Hang on, let me finish.
I had a good upbringing. I had a good upbringing.
Furthermore, and a very poor one at that. Like, honestly, $1,000 a month for my single mother would have meant a lot in a lot of different aspects. And you had two parents, seemingly, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Also, I was wanting to bring up, you mentioned, like, well, I came out well. That's very anecdotal, which basically means, like, I did it. Why can't they? Your situation does not apply to everyone's. I recognize that, and I think you should too.
So
hang on. So when like I said, the homeless example that I brought up earlier, like, that person did not have a great, upbringing. Say he comes from a very red line area, very poor. He tries to finance his family through the military, PTSD. They won't pay for anything, so now he's homeless on the street. Which, what I just described, happens to thousands of people in this country, right? So again, it's not that pull your laces up by your boots mentality does not apply for everybody, and even to the toughest people that have protected this nation.
Okay, so one, I didn't say I grew up in a bad, like, I had a great upbringing. My parents are amazing. It's just that they don't make a lot of money. They never had. Now, I recognize your experience, and I didn't say just because I could do it, anyone could do it. I mean, just because I can do it, everyone should be able to do it. Some people can't do it. Some people aren't leaders. I recognize that. I have met 3 or 4 homeless people. One, he's now a multimillionaire. He started by selling boxes. It's mentality, and when you look at, beside, if we're not talking about homeless veterans, it's a victim mentality. That's why I only give money to homeless veterans, because they're the only ones who truly deserve it. Because no matter who you are, you can always do something else. Now,
okay, tell me this: why do you think most homeless people are out there?
Because
like, what do you think comes first, drugs or homeless people?
Probably drugs, but I think it's they can refuse drugs. When I was in the public school system, I was offered drugs. I did not take them. It's a choice. First of all, second of all, it's a victim mentality. They're too lazy once they're already on the streets, or they're looking for their next high if they're not veterans. I do have a heart for homeless veterans, though. Now, I want to move back to abortion, if that's okay with you.
Well, the whole reason why we brought up and even went on this trail A was this has to do with potential. So just to finish my point, so we can not have a circular argument, is when it comes to homeless people and homeless rates, drugs comes on average and staunchly. And you can look this up right now. I'll be very glad to hear you read it. Or if you could share the screen with the people that are watching this, that would be great too. But due to stress of being homeless, drugs usually come second. And are there cases where people do go on drugs and get on the street and have a family situation where they don't like that and they get kicked out? Yeah, of course. Of course there is. I'm not saying that no one hasn't, but what I am saying, for the mass majority of people, it's the stress of being homeless, and this whole, it's lazy victim mentality. Quite frankly, is in my view, it's a lack of very, very lack of empathy for thy neighbor, right? So, a matter of fact, just to quote your Bible, when we're talking about Jesus's mentality to this, right? The sheeps and the goats, right? The sheeps, it was you gave me food, you gave me water, you gave me shelter, so you may have a passage to heaven. And the goats go to hell, and they ask why, and they're like, I had no home, you gave me no shelter. When I was thirsty, you gave me no water. So even to bring a Christian mentality into that. Like,
yes,
being empathetic,
yes, as Christians,
being empathetic is even I would say, the more Christian thing to do when it comes to these people. Now, if you would like to circle back to that, that'd be great. But I'll let you respond first.
Yeah, let me respond, and then after I respond, I don't want a response from you. I would like to circle back to abortion. So yes, so as Christians, we are called to basically give the homeless a place to stay, give the homeless a shirt on their back. Now you pointed that out for me. Now we're told to let them into our homes. So if you're going to quote my Bible, let me ask you: if a homeless man walked up to your door, would you let them in? And I can almost guarantee you the answer is no. Just real fast, yes or no.
I would. Yeah, I that's happened to me twice.
You would
actually.
Let them in? Interesting. Okay, that's happened to you twice.
That's happened to me twice. Not. Let me explain the situation just a little bit more. I lived off of a corner of a program of a homeless shelter, it was starting to go down during the time. So I was like 12, but my mother decided to help
Okay.
him and his girlfriend.
It's very,
And yeah.
very,
Anyway,
very admirable. Now, that's awesome. That I thought I should say that. Now, I like I was saying before, I have met I've met 4 if you count that. I've met 4 people who used to be homeless. One is a multimillionaire now. The other two of them are in a very good situation, and one of them is fixing his life. Not because they took people's money, because they decided to pick their stuff up, get their stuff straight, get their act straight. You can talk to them yourselves. In fact, I would be glad to have one on my show one day, who made the best of things, and now, like I said, one is a multimillionaire. Two of them makes 5 to 6 figures, and the other one is working his way up. So yeah, and they'll tell you it's not about you can give them all the money you want. Most of them are just looking for the height. Now, like I said, I have a huge heart for homeless veterans because I hate how our country has treated our veterans. Hold on one second. Good night, brother Joshua in Brazil, love friend. Good night, brother. Sorry. Going back to this. So I obviously not everybody's born a leader. Not everyone's born a follower, but you can make the best of things, and you can pick yourself up and get yourself moving on the right track. So that's my relation to that. I would like to start talking about abortion again, please.
well, yeah, the whole point of us going on this tangent was the viewpoint of the potential of life, right? And again, my example was those homeless people, right? And again, I'm glad you know people that have been able to get out of these situations. And again, I think for every 3 homeless people that are able to pull themselves up by their boots, I think there's 10 that hasn't. And I don't believe in a very leader nor follower mentality. I think there's individuals, and I think they're people with their own individuality and their own problems, either it be through mental issues, because of course homeless populations mixed with mental disabilities are very much so connected. And again, for the whole potential of it, right? The potential of life, it either being good or bad, and it doesn't matter. I would say it doesn't matter across the board. It what matters is what exists now, what is sentience now,
If
and
a
how
woman
can you
has an
cause
abortion,
less harm. Hang on, let me finish. And how you can cause the least amount of harm now. Who does it directly affect? To the individuals, right, that we described before with the whole brain damage thing, the individuals now, not the potential of individuals in the future.
So, hold on one second. I forgot where I was going to go with that. I will never. I honestly, Blake, I don't see where you're coming from. I've seen where everyone else is coming from. I don't understand where you're coming from. You seem like a interesting.
Sure, where's the disconnect?
I'm about to tell
I
you.
can try to help.
So you seem like a very interesting guy. You seem like a very well-rounded guy. If I'm being honest, like you seem like you read and you study. I don't understand how anyone can look at the innocent, the taking of innocent life as anything but murder. It's sad. and I think the root cause is a godless society and the harden of hearts. And it really does just break my heart because I have a huge heart for these kids, and like the woman said earlier, I mean, they lie to these mothers and they and do you know how? Let's talk. So, sorry, I'm gonna let you respond to what I said because I need to find something. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. As for
I apologize.
I guess
I apologize for my thoughts being scattered. I've been live now for about 4.5 hours, and before that, I've had a full work day, so I'm pretty exhausted.
And dude, don't even apologize. This is what a debate is. You know what I mean? It's an exchange of thoughts. It's all good. I just want to make sure that I can communicate my point to you enough to where you can give your feedback on it back. Right? So the mother that called in, her name was Anna, I do believe, right?
Yes, sir.
She talked about her experience, and that seemed terrible. And I'm sure that was traumatizing for her. But in a medical practice, most times, if not all the times, their thought process is, how do I treat my patient? And if they see a potential of harm or death coming to her, of course they're gonna cater to their patients more than they would potential, like we've discussed before.
I have a question. Do you know how many?
Yes.
Do you know how many abortions are medically needed? It's less than It's less than 1%. Less than 1% of abortions are medically needed because, in most circumstances, and literally, like if it's in the life of the mother, they can almost always get a cesarean section. So that argument is invalid because it's less than 0.5%. I mean, less than 1%. Now, in that circumstance, I will say, I don't necessarily have a stance. I think at that point, it should turn over to the mother's choice. However, like I said, I still don't feel confident about that, just because life is so precious in my eyes. And that's again less than 0.5%. Now you can respond.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Where did you get that information from?
Yes, I'll have to pull it up real fast. Now, while I pull it up, you can respond while I pull it up.
So abortion rates are extremely hard to measure, and the reason why they're very hard to measure in the first place is because 90% of abortions are by non-medical personnel. So go ahead. I can hear you. Yes. No, you're good. You're good. All I was saying was 90% of abortions are procedures are done by non-medical personnel, mostly because of cost, state regulations, and yeah. So you have a higher chance for malpractice in that case too, which is obviously going to hurt the mother in that situation as well. So, if you're pulling a study and you see that 1%, then we're talking about 1% of a percentage. You know what I mean? No, take your time.
Cool.
Take your time.
Just because
It might help.
I
It
don't
also might help.
I don't want to spread
Just
misinformation, so I could very well be wrong.
the best way to do that, Joshua,
This
is do not keyword search. So just give a general search and just say how many abortions are necessary.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
In the United
That's what I
States.
was doing. I was just speaking into the microphone. Now, this study, and I'll cite the source after, says since 1978, all case fatality rates for legal induced abortions in the United States have been fewer than one death per 100,000 abortions. Very low risk of death associated with legal induced abortion. So that's obviously the wrong thing. So let me actually find this right thing, and you can talk a little bit more about your point while I. Sorry, you can talk a little bit more about your point while I find this.
Sure. Just to kind of go ahead, just so to have it in your mind and loaded, I will also like to add that as far as abortion goes with the whole sentience of things, again, I would just say the value, right, is towards the mother who gives the potential for that life.
Again,
and whose harm it will directly cause.
Again, if we're talking in the life of the mother,
there's that as well.
Okay, so
just want to get that loaded for you.
A study of 2.4 million included abortions in 6 U.S. states: Florida, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, South Dakota, Utah. From 1996 to 2020, found so I was wrong. 1.14% of abortions were done to protect the life, the physical life of the mother. And that source, because you asked for my sources, is the Human Life International, and abortionfacts.com. So, yeah. So I was wrong. 1.14%. That's less than 2%. Oh, I'm still. Sorry, I didn't realize I was still muted. That's my fault. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So a study of 2.4 million induced abortions in 6 U.S. states: Florida, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, South Dakota, Utah. From 1996 to 2020, found 1.14% of abortions were done to protect the life or physical health of the mother. The sources are abortionfacts.com and Human Life International. Now, so I was wrong. It's less than 2%. It's 1.14%.
Again, though, and you can also go to oh god, what is that link? Gut Matcher and Pew Research Center both had contested that very study, because if you read it back again, we're not even talking per capita numbers, right? They have a handful of states and compare that across the board between those states. So even that statistically of how that was done isn't even necessarily true. So, which is why it's such a very highly debated conversation.
Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. I think I get a little bit of where you're coming from. Limitations. No, 50. Yeah.